Yeah, and then after Space News, we're gonna play Workers. So yeah, that should be very nice. Okay, I will be back momentarily.
clicks, some streams, they tune in fast. Communist republic from the past. He will rise, he'll lead the way. Like a Dakistan every day. Greatest ever, he's the man. AJ's got the winning plan. You will prevail, you will succeed. Like a Dakistan's the creed. Followers shout with all their might. AJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Like a Dakistan's they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. AJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Like a Dakistan's the creed. Followers shout with all their might. AJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Like a Dakistan they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. AJ's got the winning plan. You will prevail, you will succeed. Like a Dakistan's the creed. Monitors hum with electric light. AJ's bringing dark to bright. In the chat, they give their cheer. Like a Dakistan is near. It's near. It's creed. It's near. Like a Dakistan's the creed.
Hello. Welcome to Space News. We have a plethora of information to show you today. There is a huge plethora. We have a plethora of piñatas. You understand? Does that make sense? No? Instructions unclear. Pardon me. Do you have any gray poupon? Yep. So I said today was going to be a quick space news. I said that. And then, well, let me show you. And then SpaceX just decided to, this. Are we supposed to be seeing you? Yeah. I was getting all the links ready. Let me just configure one or two more things here. Here we go. So they decided that this happened. This was, SpaceX released this footage from the static fire yesterday. And it's pretty good. What really stood out to me, like, that's pretty good, right? That's pretty neat. What really stood out here is this next shot here. They have a 5-minute duration imaging of the static fire here. So we have 3 vector start right there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. You can't see it. This camera did not last 5 minutes. This is a slow motion imaging of the static fire you just saw. And this is too good to not show. It's too good to not show you guys. This is awesome. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh. What is all the debris? It's ice condition. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This makes you feel things. Dude, I know. That's awesome. It's so good, dude. That's 6 healthy engines right there. Why did it get so warm all of a sudden? I don't know. And there's ice floating around. It shouldn't be warm. RVAC staging is less than a millisecond. Yeah, they're awfully quick, Erudite. Yeah. Hell, that's heaven. I want to be right here. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So once again, this is a slow motion video of the static fire that I just showed. And yeah, you could just see the mock disc from the other Vector back there. There's 3 vacuum raptors here and 3 sea level raptors. This is the engine section of Starship. The Starship that we watched static fire yesterday when Rocket Lab decided to also static fire, but by accident. No, they're having some trouble with their pad, guys. But SpaceX doesn't seem to be. Someone pointed out it's more staggered. Changing ignition staging is, yeah, that's something. They probably found a better way to do it. 6 burning. I thought it was 6 turning, 4 burning. Yeah, no, this is just 6 burning, which is. Yeah, it's really, really good. Kerbal ramped up its graphics, I see. So as we get towards the end here, towards shutdown, you could start to see the throttle ramp down on these engines because the mock disc starts moving forward. Yep, see, there we go. That was a little bit of camera shake. Ah, there we go. Watch. So they want to shut the engines off. See, the mock disc is moving more towards the nozzle, right? You're throttling down and then shut down right there. Purge. That right there is some flow separation that's happening during the shutdown sequence. This is the residual propellants in the motor combusting out, and then those flames should get snuffed out immediately by helium. And that's exactly what happened. Is that cool or what? That pulsating thing that you see from the 3 center raptors, somebody asked me about that on the Twitterers. That's normal. That happens. It's flow separation. That's why flow separation is bad. So what's going on here? You're getting plume over expansion right there. So the plain English way of saying this is that when you're throttling down and shutting off the engine, there's a moment during shutdown where the explosion that's being generated into the combustion chamber is not big enough to fill up the nozzle, right? In that like momentary split second, the engine is going through a lot of changes, a lot of transients very fast. And for a split second, the engine basically goes from like 40% down to 0. And you have to do that quick, because if you don't, you'll get that, too much of that pulsating will break the thing. It'll make it explode. See, you're getting a little bit of flow separation because of plume over expansion. See the rings? What's happening here is because the explosion isn't enough to fill the nozzle, atmosphere is trying to creep up inside of it, and it's causing drag inside of the nozzle, hence that super turbulent flow. Right? So the explosion can't fill the nozzle, and the ambient atmosphere, the atmosphere is trying to go up into the nozzle, and that interaction between where the plume separates from the inside wall of the nozzle to where it intercepts that kind of air coming in, the flow from the engine separates, right? It's called flow separation, and that creates a lot of turbulence inside of the nozzle. That's why it's bad. Turbulence inside of the nozzle can cause a lot of oscillations that can break things. But this makes it look a lot worse because this is slow motion. It makes it look a lot worse than what's actually going on here. Yeah, you could see the same exact phenomenon is happening inside of the Vactor right there. See that ring? That ring isn't the Mach disk. That's flow separation. Notice how there's no plume over here or over there. Flow separation. Yeah. This is the reason why these Vactor engines have those braces on them. See the braces? One there and one there. It's holding it in place because if they didn't have those braces for structure, the thing would... That's also the reason why the shuttle engine, if you look at an RS-25, it has a very similar style of bracing. See what I'm talking about? See the ribs on the nozzle? Same deal, same reason. It's to hold it. It's structure to hold that stupid thing together. It'll vibrate itself to death, Stuart, because of the flow separation. The flow separation causes super bad oscillations in the nozzle, and if you hit a resonant frequency of any material inside of the nozzle, it's just going to shatter into a bajillion pieces, like a wine glass shattering at the right pitch. Same idea. Yeah, this is why, like, shutting down and turning on rocket engines is like, do it fast. You got to do it quick. And basically, it's an induced shock to the system, which is why, like, one of the reasons why you thermally condition an engine, because you don't want to shock. You're trying to shock as little things as possible. See? Look. Oh, look at the flow set. That's insane, dude. This is such good footage. This is great footage to teach people about how rockets work. Long story short, if the explosion isn't filling all of this up, bad things happen. But if it's only for a second, like a momentary second, it's not that big of a deal. But that is bad for it. That's not the best. You're wearing your RS-25 shirt right now, actually. All right, Lloyd, there you go. It's like overruns from high revs. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. And then what's going on here, you see these engines kind of right at the end. What happens is they shut off the flow from the tanks, and the remaining propellant kind of just combusts itself out. What happens is the rocket engines, they cough for a second, usually, when you go to shut them down. They'll cough out a bunch of residual propellants. Yeah, you can see that's what it's doing right now. And what SpaceX is doing here, you really want to be careful with this, right? Like for your rocket engine on your Starship, right? No, what you're trying to do, if you notice that flame is kind of white in the center, what they do is they shoot helium into the engine to purge everything out, to basically snuff that flame out, because that flame can basically burn your vehicle to the ground. An uncontrollable fire here from residual propellant. Long story short, the residual propellants could create a good enough scenario where you could light the rest of the vehicle on fire. Ask our ABL or Rocket Factory Augsburg how well that ends. Fires on the pad is not good, especially if you don't have the water systems to be able to put it out. So if you look, there's kind of like white gas getting shot through the engine right there. And basically what it's doing is it's snuffing that out. It snuffs out the flames real fast. It's helium. It'll just snuff it right out. Or SpaceX could be using nitrogen. It might be nitrogen just because of how Starship is built. SpaceX knows a thing or two about lighting an engine section on fire. The early Falcon 9s, people. Suppose we're far enough out to be able to say this. If you go look at like the JCSat 14 and JCSat 16 Falcon 9s before they got expended or scrapped, those things caught on fire down the bottom. A lot of fire down there. Yeah. SpaceX had a heck of a time with purging systems in the early Falcon 9 landing days, because when the thing would land, right, there wasn't, if I'm understanding this correctly, keep in mind this is like just what I've seen. Like, I don't have people telling me this. It looks like they had trouble getting those fires out because of lack of cryogenic helium. Maybe the helium was used all with the ullage or something, right? So, yeah, those Merlin engines really like to puke rocket fuel all over the drone ship and set the drone ship on fire. The helium bottle costs around 900. I know Falcon 9 uses helium. I'm not sure about Starship. I think that Starship is using nitrogen for their nitrogen for spin starting engines, and nitrogen for purging. for engine purge. They don't use it for tank ullage because it's autogenous pressurization, so they're not using it there. But there definitely is something to snuff those flames out. Heck, if you're really creative, you could snuff this out with gaseous methane. Yeah, methane will do it, even though it's the rocket fuel. You flood it, and basically all the methane combines with all the remaining oxygen in the engine, and then the extra methane either absorbs heat or snuffs it out. It could be. They could be using that too. I mean, that would explain the extreme fieriness down here, but yeah, they're definitely, see all that? They're definitely purging it out with some type of gas. I mean, that's as you do. You could use a bunch of different things. But yeah, I thought I'd show you guys this footage. It is awesome. It's just, that is a very short staggered ignition. 1, 2, 3, very quick. So the engine's spooling up. What you're seeing right here is the turbo pumps starting up. Turbo pumps get up to speed. Once they get up to speed, you get an ignition, right? Wait for it. You'll see. You'll know. Click. Actually, it was probably a little bit before that. That's the engine getting up to throttle. Keep in mind, this did not take very long. Hang on, let me take a look again. Let me see if I can see it. You should be able to see point of ignition. Oh, yeah, no, it was way before that. That wasn't right. It was right there. See where the flame gets really, really bright? There's ignition. Throttle it, and then now you got to throttle up. Once again, you're getting some flow separation there, right? But the engine, when the engine throttles up, and the gas is enough to fill up the nozzle, right? The engine is basically throttling up, and it's making a big enough explosion to fill this up. Your plume goes from overexpanded to underexpanded. And right when that happens, the Mach disk forms. Watch right here. Ready? And that's what I was saying was the click. Sorry, I had to look at it again. Click. There you go. Healthy, healthy, healthy. That's 3 happy Vactors right there. No, this is real. What you guys are looking at is super slow-mo footage of this. The other video is 5 minutes. This one is 11 seconds. Isn't that crazy? There's so much good teaching opportunities here with this. Staggered ignition. You stagger your ignition on your rocket engines because you don't want to shock the system, and you can create an overpressure that can break things. Your shock compression loading your engine section here. Turning on all 3 engines could basically crumple the engine section. You don't want that. You could create resonant vibrations by starting all 3 of these at the same time, and it could compound a resonant and blow the thing up. Like, it's very easy to get this stuff to shatter like a wine glass, just, you know? It's a very delicate balance with propulsion. Is that the one the government fined SpaceX 600K? Not for this test, no. No. This was yesterday's static fire. As far as I know, this was done with the proper permitting. So, see, once the 3 Vactors get ready to go, you could see that that Raptor engine right there, the turbo pumps are starting to spool. You could tell because some atomized propellant is coming out of the nozzle. That atomized propellant coming out of the nozzle is immediately getting lit on fire from the heat. It's auto-combusting, which is why you see some flames kind of in here. And then you'll get ignition from the vacuum from the center 3 engines. Keep in mind, this all happens in like a couple of milliseconds. Actually, it was 2 seconds between nothing to 6 engine start. There it goes. Ready? Watch. So what? Oh, that's so legit, dude. So look, 3 valves are open right there, and then the pumps turn. See that it makes that big thing. It makes that big cloud. And like I said, that cloud immediately gets sapped by the heat. See how it goes away? it goes away for a second because it immediately auto combusted, and right there, that flash is one of the other Raptors starting. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's super cool, man. It zapped all the propellants for a split second. That's really cool. If you destroy an engine so easily by starting 3 engines, how is Heavy starting like 9 or 12 engines at the same time of the 33? So how they did it initially, Violent, was they went around the horn on the 2 boosters, started the center section on the boosters, right? So you went E1 to E8 and then E9 on both boosters, and then you did the same thing in the center. Nowadays, what they do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. They do the same ignition sequence, but it's slightly staggered on 3 boosters. If I'm looking at it right, I don't know. I don't work for SpaceX. I have no idea. If I had to guess, that's probably a better combination because you're still sequencing, right? And you're still starting up the motors pretty much in symmetry, so to speak. He's talking about Super Heavy. Oh, I thought you were talking about Falcon Heavy. Super Heavy, what they do is they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then you get the inner ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you get the 3 in the center. They kind of go around the horn with a slight stagger. It's actually super cool. At least I think that's what's going on based off of what SpaceX has showed us. That also is probably the best way to do that because you don't want to start an engine on one side and then just go around the horn because there's a split second where you have like 3 engines on one side lit, and you could basically warp your engine section doing that. You kind of want to do it in as close to symmetry as you can, which is why that's probably the reason why you see the 3 Raptor, the sequencing between these 3 Vector engines is so close. Because you don't want to load up one, load up another, and load up another. You're basically bonking your engine section 3 times with a hammer here. See? They're super, super close to each other. The ignition sequence between the 3 Vectors is tight like that for a reason. And my guess is the reason is you don't want to break the engine section. If you load up one rocket engine on one side, you could crack something on your aft bulkhead. I'm pretty sure they don't want to do that. Sort of staggered like the way the booster does shutdown staging, but the opposite. Yeah, pretty much, people. Yeah. Yeah, they could do it that way. That actually might be the better way of doing it. Now that I'm thinking about it, turning on in like pairs of 4 or quads of 4, like the opposite of most engine cutoff. That would be nice and equal, but even then, if you're lighting one and you're lighting another on the other side, that ignition sequence staggering needs to be very, very, very close. It needs to be very tight staggering like this, because you don't want to break one side and not the other 2. That can happen. Your engine can turn on and it'll basically break off of its mount. Or the thing it's mounted to will break and cause a crack in the bottom of the tank. That can happen. You gotta be careful. This is why they stagger ignition. You would see something similar to what happened with SN10. Because remember when SN10 came down, it came down a little bit too hard because one of the engines decided to croak right during the landing. It basically shocked the bottom of the engine section, and it broke the aft bulkhead, and it started pissing propellants all over the landing pad, and then those atomized mixed propellants found a source of ignition, and then SN10 decided to SN10 int after that. Yeah, that was not yikes, you bet. We don't need any more of these. Yeah, it is. It's not opposite, like I said. They sequence it. It's the opposite of main engine cutoff, Hilzekin. Yeah. There you go. See, that's what I mean. I knew they were doing something like that, but I know they stagger, and they stagger opposites, right? But if you look at the ignition here from Flight 4, watch. See? You see how they were doing it? Here, we can watch this in slow-mo. That's subtitles, idiot. Like, the telemetry wasn't quick enough to pick it up, but they're definitely starting. It's very tight staggering, but in blocks, right? See, that detected 10 or 13 right off the bat. Yeah. Probably not. It's probably very tight sequencing, like what I said. So I'll bet you the 3 in the center is probably the same sequence as Starship, because you know that works, right? And then they probably went like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like a torque sequence almost. It works exactly. It's the same idea, believe it or not. Anybody that wrenches on cars, if you've ever put a wheel back onto a hub, right? You kind of go around the horn with your sequence, with your tightening sequence, because you don't want to pinch one side. Same exact idea, but with rocket engines. And the telemetry, it looks like the telemetry tick rate is not fast enough to be able to pick up the ignition sequencing here, if I had to look at this right, because you see, bing, watch, you see, they're starting in blocks. They go around the horn, but you can't pick it up. It picks up one tick of it where they start those last engines, see? See? Bing, 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 bing. See that? Complicated. That's really, really, really difficult to get right, dude. That's really hard to do that correctly. Yeah, that's... The fact that SpaceX has done this a couple of times and the Super Heavy hasn't just completely blown up right on the pad is pretty impressive, dude. It's a testament to the chops there that they're working with. Like, dude, even Booster 4 on the first Starship flight, even that one, the thing, like, parts were falling off of it and they still got the ignition sequencing pretty damn right. Like, 80% right on the first flight is pretty damn good, considering 33 engines. No one's ever done that. Like, but I'll bet you that SpaceX had some pretty good data on this from starting up Falcon Heavy. I'll bet you the Super Heavy sequence is derived somewhat from Falcon Heavy, right? At least initially it was. It's probably different now. Space engineer in the launch pad. Healthykin, I'm pretty sure I've met the dudes that run the launch pad. TLPN on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I've met them before. They're good dudes, if they're the dudes that I'm thinking of. I don't know about Space Engineer. I don't know if I've ever met that guy. So much torque. The chassis twisted off the line. Yeah, Tessa, you don't want that to happen with this thing. Yeah, can we, we're here. Screw it. Screw it. Screw it. We're here. I want to see.
We have the talk.
All right, that audio is all screwed up, but that that's still cool. I don't know about you guys. That's still pretty good, man. That's still. That's still pretty good. Oh. Cricket, everything is Cygnus derived now. Dude, I told you, Cygnus will just be the end-all be-all of everything. Forge, what is this? Remo's at the grocery store. Are you sure you don't want Travis Kelce cereal? I would rather punch myself in the junk repeatedly. Yep. Okay. Am I a Swiftie? That should answer that question. Is that a Cygnus rover? Yeah, that's a Cygnus rover. Yeah, of course it is. Cygnus is just gonna be, it's gonna be the end all be all. Tell her you want Ferrarios? No, I don't want my cereal to catch on fire. Justicia I cookie. No, I do not want the cookies. Get the cookies away from me. E vero sola luna. Ecco la casa italiana che pretende forma a Torino. Programma Artemis. Tutti ad agagli su modulo construito da Thales per la NASA. What? What? No. 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 Please, no. Oh man, hit the SAP button. It's not Spanish, it's Italian, man. In English, Doc. They're working on the first HAB modules, basically. The multipurpose habitat enters the Artemis ecosystem. Together with ASE Spazio and NASA teams, we proudly celebrate this achievement. This accomplishment is the fruit of international synergy between the whole Italian space ecosystem and the hashtag United States. So basically they're working on the first habitats for the moon, and they're derived from the multipurpose habitats. It's basically an MPLM or a Cygnus, basically. It's basically a Cygnus pressure vessel with wheels.
Go at throttle up.
You like Cygnus, don't you? Like Cygnus, don't you, EJ? Yeah. Here, let's see how right I was. Artemis program. All the details on the module built by Thales Alenia. The first home inhabited by humans on the surface of another of another world will be Italian. The final OK from NASA is still pending, which will arrive in September, but we can hardly say in Turin at Thales Alenia that history is being made, as Nikola Jenko, program manager of the Lunar Multipurpose Habitat, points out. So, why not both? What do you mean, Will? I told you, Cygnus is just, that's it. It's just Cygnus. Everything will become Cygnus on a long enough timeline. It's the LS swap of space vehicles. Was the LEM not a home? I don't know. Maybe it's probably language, but it's probably long term. This also looks like Moonbase Alpha, by the way. Also, why is this a potato quality image? Fondazione Leonardo. Signori, por favore, signori. The picture looks like a potato. Question. I haven't noticed anybody discussing this, but our sun is no longer orange-yellow, but has turned white, making it hotter. Is NASA discussing this? What are your thoughts on this? Patton, the reason why no one's discussing that, dude, is because the sun has always been, it's always white. Yeah, it emits white light. It always has for billions and millions of years. So why does it look yellow? Why does it look yellow? Why does it look orange? Why does it look red? Well, what you're seeing is light passing through the gas in our atmosphere. Notice how at sunset, the sun is like a deep orange color? Because you're looking at it through more gas. Like, there's more atmosphere in the way. So it's called gas refraction. Yeah, it changes colors. That's why the moon appears to change colors too. Yeah, sometimes you get a blue moon. Sometimes you get a blood moon. Blood moons are pretty rad. That's also kind of the reason why the moon appears a little bit bigger. when it's on the horizon versus like way up in the air, because you're looking at it through less atmosphere. You're getting what's called gas diffusion. Yeah, oh yeah, that happens all the time. Whatever article you read that says that the sun's color is changed is nope, that's wrong. That article was incorrect. I can say that with 100% confidence. That article is wrong. Yeah, it's always been white light, dude. Yeah, if that changed, the sun would do a lot more than turn orange and red in the sky. Yeah, it wouldn't end well. ESA has awarded Pangea Aerospace a contract to design and build an engine for an unnamed super heavy vehicle. It's going to be full flow stage combustion cycle, and it will be called Cronus. Yeah, does that make sense, buddy? How much you want to bet the astronauts will stay on HLS when possible? I mean, yeah, the HLS is already a HAB, which is once again NASA doing the opposite of things. Like you have redundant architecture here all over the place, where you shouldn't have it. Good to have redundant dissimilar, but you have to do it first before you get to that point. At least establish one avenue of transportation. I saw a moon ring around the moon during the eclipse the other night. Looked like a lighter flame going in and out. So cool. Yeah, man. The atmosphere, yeah, changes a lot of things. That's part of the reason why we put telescopes up there. Stuff looks way different when you don't have to look at it through miles and miles, or 62 miles of atmosphere at the very least. That makes sense, buddy? Yeah, I don't know where you read that article, but that's 100% wrong. Like, guarantee you, I wouldn't steer you wrong on this, man. What is the tolerance of rotation for the booster to chopsticks? I don't know, Journey. There's got to be some, because we know that the chopsticks on the top like have screw jacks that can go back and forth, so they can realign the booster if it comes in a little bit crooked, right? What about the JAXA Artemis rover? That's what I'm wondering, Grimlock. Why is NASA fielding like 20 different rovers? Bro, you don't even have a way to get to the surface of the moon. But then again, maybe you're fielding these rovers because you have a gigantic freaking lander that's coming down the pipe and you can land multiple rovers. Or they could be designing one to work with HLS and another one could be used with SLD. It could be either one. Are they racing the rovers? Oh, I mean, I'm not going to say I don't want that, dude. Now, Patton, the other thing to take into account is that article that you could have read, just one last thing. The sun burps from time to time. Also, there's these periods where the sun gets a lot more intense called solar maximums, and we just went past one. So, solar maximums, the sun is like physically closer to us, right? So obviously things are going to heat up. You're closer to that big fusion ball in the sky. It's pretty warm on the surface. It's pretty warm. The other thing is that the sun has sunspots and they burp from time to time. It's basically a backfire because the sun is a big power plant. It's basically a big fusion power plant. It's fusing helium and hydrogen and stuff. And sometimes you get a backfire, like a backfire out of a carburetor. Same idea. And what that can cause is what's called a coronal mass ejection, or a CME for short. And what these CMEs can do, so the sun has insane gravitational pull. Most of the time, anything that it farts out just comes right back down to the surface. In fact, you could probably look at a picture of if you type in like sunspots, and you could see like the sun with like a loop coming off of the side, it looks like a suborbital trajectory, right? Of something like falling down. Right, that's most of the time that's what happens. But sometimes you get a backfire that's so hardcore, it is enough to hit escape velocity out of the sun, and that's called a CME. And sometimes those solar winds hit Earth, and at the poles of the Earth, the magnetic poles of the Earth, so like North Pole and the South Pole, the magnetic north, the magnetic field's actually weaker at the poles because magnetic fields, how do they work? So sometimes that solar ejecta hits the gases in our atmosphere and reacts with them, and that's what the auroras are. The aurora borealis and the aurora australis. That's what those are. It's just the combustion byproducts or the fusion byproducts from the sun hitting the gases in our atmosphere and reacting with them. Dude, it's super cool. It's super interesting stuff. Like, if anything, learning about all this, dude, is like, you know, you think of space as this kind of clean, pristine thing. Oh, no. No. Space is a dirty and violent place, and it's trying to kill you at every waking moment. The only reason it doesn't is this stupid rock that we're all walking on. And for some reason, this rock is magnetically charged. we got lucky. If we were on Mars, we'd be screwed. Stupid. Oh. But yeah, super interesting stuff. If you have more questions, I don't know the most about this, but I'm pretty good at it. Good question though, buddy. Good question. Stupid rock. If not, it's actually not really a rock. We're floating on a giant jello mold of iron and nickel. Yeah. That's part of the reason why the terrain kind of moves around a lot, because we're like, the crust of Earth is like the slag. If you've ever smelted something, like if you smelt aluminum, it's going to naturally refine all the slag and the slag, or steel, right? And all that crap is going to boil to the top. Yeah. That's what the ground is. It's the crap that's boiled to the top. Yeah. We're the cream. We rise to the top. Nobody does it better. And that's kind of the reason why we have earthquakes and stuff, because, yeah, the plates are, the crusts form like plates, and sometimes these plates like to hit each other. And when they do, yeah, earthquakes happen. It happens. So you're saying someone eventually is going to scoop us off and toss us into the trash? An asteroid could do that, or the sun itself could do that, sure. We're the water bags that grow on the slag. True that, man. The cream of the crop rises to the top. Whee! Dark turn! Yeah, super interesting stuff, man. But also, yeah, the sun will run out of gas. It'll run out of gas in 5 billion years. So when the sun starts boiling off, like when it starts running out of fuel, what happens is that the gravitational pull will go down because the density of the star is going down, and it'll start expanding. Yeah, and it'll eventually envelop us all in 5 billion years. Should probably like not stay on Earth. Yeah. And yeah, from there, a bunch of things could happen. Basically, it'll start expanding because the gravity won't keep it coherent, right? And then eventually it won't be enough to sustain it. It'll collapse in on itself, and that's the supernova. Yeah, it's like a big M80 going off on a galactic scale. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool. Like, I think that's pretty neat. I just don't want to be here when that happens. You know, I mean, we'll all be long gone by then, but. So you're saying we got time? Yeah, we got a little bit of time. Yeah, even in about 1 billion years, dude. Yeah. In 1 billion years, we'll be out of the Goldilocks zone. Guys, you know, we're worried about climate change and stuff, and that's fine. That's something I'm not trying to undermine it by any means, but eventually climate change is going to happen, and there's nothing we can do about it. Eventually we're screwed. Like, you need to get off this rock sooner rather than later. Like, that's kind of important. What is a champagne supernova? That's when you go down the hall faster than a cannonball. Where were you while the sun was exploding? Yeah. Our sun can't supernova, it's too small. Yeah. It could happen. Not with our star, though. Yeah, you're right. I am a novice when it comes to astrophysics. I know how stuff moves around in space. Orbital mechanics, that's what I know. But yeah, that we probably don't want to be here when that happens. It's like the last level in Halo. You know? When the fusion cores on the Autumn detonate, it will generate a temperature of over 100 million degrees. Don't be here when that happens. Right? What I'm telling you is we got to get in the longsword and leave. There's still a longsword docked in Base 7. All right? Objective, survive. Yep. Isfil, yeah, I can see you are a Halo player. Very good. Very good. Yeah, we need to like Patton. That's why like Elon is hell bent on like we need to get the frick out of here. Like it's only a matter of time before like like I'm not trying to get dark and I'm not trying to stress anybody out. We need to be preemptive about this. It's only a matter of time before an asteroid hits us, right? An asteroid will chick-lex above us and we'll go the way of the dinosaurs, or the sun will burp and a solar flare will hit us, and that's the end of that. Like you really like most solar flares, the magnetic field picks up, but you never know. You shouldn't roll the dice like that. Once again, space is a very violent place. It's not some like happy-go-lucky. Like everybody plays in the vacuum with gumdrop smiles. No. It's pretty metal, actually. It's pretty metal. Stuff gets blown up all the time. It's pretty sweet. It's pretty cool. Just saying. Hey, Pat, what's going on? So, like, that's the reason why Elon and Jeff and a bunch of other billionaires like Jared Isaacman and stuff, that's why they're hell-bent on getting us out of here. They're trying to find a way so we can get the frick out of here. Yeah. It's probably a good idea. Was it in 1859 that the solar storm was so bad it destroyed a telegraph network? That sounds like that happened, Hellfish, but I don't remember. Yeah, Isville. There's also galactic cosmic rays. Yeah, you got to be careful about those. Those will fry us like a microwave. Yeah, we should probably be preemptive about that. So what I'm trying to tell you is make a bunch of Cygnus rovers, because Cygnus will be around after the heat death of the universe. Yeah. Eventually, on a long enough timeline, everything will become Cygnus. Weren't you in high school in 1859? I'm not that old, man. It was the Carrington event. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful of that. Solar storms can really screw stuff up. Only junior high then. Bro, how old do you think I am? What the frick? I shaved and everything. Everyone's like, oh, you look younger. I'm like, oh, thank you. And now there's just that. That's great. Good, great, grand, wonderful. Lovely. You know what? I was going to show you something else cool. Now I don't want to. All right? Now I don't want to. Here, you know what you get now? You know what you get now because of this?
Ambulance, please.
Okay, hold on. Where does it hurt?
My stomach. ちゃんと痛いけど痛い。
This is what you get now.
救急車を呼んでもらったからといって安心はできません。しっかりと自分の状態を相手に伝えましょう。
I have a bad case of diarrhea.
私はひどい下痢です。
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
Thank you, Pat. You know, YouTube chat's really nice to me.
肩に手を乗せ I have クロスして A bad case お腹をさすって of diarrhea ジェスチャーゲームの要領です。感情を込めてやってみましょう。 I have a bad case of diarrhea I have a bad case of diarrhea I have a bad case of diarrhea I have a bad case of diarrhea.
See? You get that now. That's what you get. Do you feel bad? Do you feel bad? YouTube chat, I apologize. I apologize for that. You see, they're nice to me over there. The Twitch chat, though. Oh. Isn't there something in the Geneva Convention about this? Why were they dancing and singing this? Japan? Japan? This is how you grow your YouTube viewership. I'm sure someone on the internet finds that appealing, that whole thing that I just showed. Pretty sure somebody does somewhere. Something collective punishment. Oh my god. Try not to laugh. All right, here, check this out. All right, we'll you got, all right, so there's the ongoing SpaceX FAA saga, but there's also some cool stuff. What do you want first? You want the good news or do you want the news? It's stuck in your head now. Good. I never use Rosetta Stone, but I don't think there's a dancing portion. Get rid of the bad stuff. I see more cool stuff than bad stuff. Twitch chat clearly has a bad case of diarrhea. I know, right? It's weird, man. YouTube chat are suck-ups. Oh, God, they're over here now. All right. I'll give you some cool stuff, and then we'll get the bad news, and then there's more cool stuff. All right, so here, check this out. First one is a picture of Miami from Don Pettit. Don Pettit is astronaut that launched up there for Expedition 71, I believe. Don Pettit is like a living legend. He's 69 years old, and he's up there taking... Oh, yeah, looking very Miami. Looking very Miami. Look at you. You got the hamburger meat all hanging out. Translate. I have to translate.
ひどい下痢です。
ひどい下痢です。Why didn't they? Yeah, ひどい下痢です。はい。Hold on. Where does it hurt? All right, anyway. Pretty cool, huh? You could see Miami Airport right there, and then if you go, I can't go a little bit more this way. You'd be able to see Fort Lauderdale too. It's funny how the Miami City is done in lines. It's basically lines all the way to the Everglades, guys. Yeah, there's just like a thin strip of land right here that's like actually usable. And then the rest of it is swamp. Wait, I wonder, can we see Homestead on this? Yes, you can. I saw it. Yes! There's Homestead. Hell yeah, that's cool. All right. Pretty sure that's Homestead. Where is the Bartle Skeet Island? That's on the west coast. Coltec. Jeez. Am I with the cool kids now? Oh, jeez. Yeah, dude, freaking Homestead over there. Yeah, Homestead, Miami. It's a racetrack. There's a lot of racetracks in Florida. It's kind of the reason, one of the reasons why I like Florida. The biggest reason, though, is rockets. Yeah, there's a lot of those in Florida. And racetracks. And the mouse. Oh boy, it's time to give me money. Ha! These people aren't giving us money, Pluto. Oh, okay, maybe we should break their legs until they do. Oh boy. What? Why are you looking at me like that? No, come back. Well, all right. Okay. Some other cool stuff also has to do with Florida. Your green screen is messing up too. Don't insult me like that again. Why are there so many tracks in Florida anyway? It's flatter than day-old Coke. There are some parts of Florida that are not flat, Tessa. Oh boy, time for some copyright laws. Anyway, I love Florida. Florida's great. So check this out. This is coming from Gav. And he's saying FCC filings posted for the inaugural flight of New Glenn placed the Jacqueline landing barge 622 kilometers downrange, and the command vessel Harvey Stone about 8 kilometers south of the barge. There you go. That pretty much shows you your ground track for New Glenn's. New Glenn's is basically launching straight due east, so it looks like the insertion orbit on New Glenn's first mission is going to be about a 27.5 degree inclined orbit. Nubius, the Dr. Pepper isn't flat in Florida. Boom, Tessa. Boom. Nubius, help me out. Launch net. So the filing window is from the 8th of November to the 31st of December. So I would say sometime in between there. You got to remember, NASA, Blue Origin's first mission, their first mission with New Glenn's was supposed to be the NASA's Escapade mission. But NASA and Blue Origin figured out that New Glenn is not going to be done in time. It's going to be close, but it's not done. So because the Escapade payloads are so ridiculously small, right? They're tiny payloads. Rocket Lab made them. They're about this big, maybe a cubic meter at best. And there's 2 of them, right? It's a ridiculously small payload for New Glenn. You have a much wider transfer window because of, well, Delta V requirements, right? There's an ideal time to transfer, and the ideal time basically starts in 2 to 3 weeks for a Mars transfer window. And that, it's not that the transfer window doesn't start and stop, right? We get a Mars transfer window like an ideal spot about every 26 months, or about every 2 years, give or take, right? But during that time, right, there's like a nominal window, and there's obviously like the ideal spot where it's going to cost you the least amount of delta V. The easy and plain English way to say this, if you know about orbital mechanics, I know it's a Hohmann transfer. I know. I'm trying to explain this to people that don't understand this. You basically want to launch at the point right before Earth and Mars get the closest to each other. You want to get to Mars when they're closest because it'll take you less fuel because they're actually closer to each other. Like physically, you want to be physically closer. You kind of got to shoot at the point where Earth and Mars are next to each other. So that's like the ideal point. So how does this work? You have to fall in and out of phase. Basically, there's like, during these transfer windows, your delta V requirements goes from like up here to all the way down here. And that's where the lowest amount of delta V is required to transfer. And then for the next 26 months, it's just up there exponentially. But it does come down into that window. So because of New Glenn being a gigantic freaking rocket and these satellites being so ridiculously small, you have a lot of time in that window right there to transfer. So NASA and Blue Origin said they're going to launch Escapade probably, if I had to guess, this is a guess, they said early 2025. I would guess February. So because of that, New Glenn, Blue Origin decided to launch the second flight of New Glenn, the second scheduled flight of New Glenn first. And that's what's going to happen in, I'd say, the middle of November. And this mission is a certification mission for national security missions. So what is it launching? Like nothing. A block of concrete, maybe. I don't know. Maybe a roadster? Maybe. That'd be kind of cool. It'd be a little weird, but that'd be kind of cool. Looks like it's a Venus flyby, according to Mott Scanley. Delaying Escapade to next spring means it misses the launch window. So I took a look at JPL's trajectory browser, and this is what I came up with. I'm presuming the main constraint is ensuring enough delta V on the spacecraft for Mars capture, but it looks like there's a Venus flyby option. If you could grab assist off another planet, that would be great. Launch a Cybertruck. That would be hilarious. That would be really funny, actually. I think even Elon would find that very funny. There are also Starlinks installed on Jacqueline. We did go over that, Erudite. Yep. Mm-hmm. You got all the links that you sent earlier, right? I don't know. No, didn't get them. You know, with mass production, being able to crank out a bunch of starships to spread the load across, I've actually wonder how large of a window Starship actually has for Mars transfer. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, Aqualex, this is still a pretty finite window. It's probably like 3 to 4 months every 26, like, and even then there's a crossover there. ESA taps Pangea. We did hear about that. That was already linked. Goddard. Bus build for roaming around. That's cool. This is from SpaceX. I have the SpaceX FAA stuff. We already got that. Thank you for helping. I appreciate it. That Space News article is awesome. Ooh, that second space one is also really cool. What do we got? We going from shift 4. What's shift 4 up to? Oh, neat. What if they launch a Cygnus? Cygnus will be around forever, dude. It's a really great launch vehicle. It's very simple. It's not trying to be too much. They're not trying to make space stations in spacesuits at the same time. It just exists. It's just there. It's just like it. You need a simple vehicle. There you go. Hey, J-Volt. Ah, there. Yeah, there's more nerd math there. Nice. There's girl math. There's boy math. And then there's nerd math. Differences. Northrop Grumman, I believe, is trying to get some space station contracts with Cygnus, Doctor. Believe it or not, I'm pretty sure they are. The Cygnus, the size the C-130 and the B-52 of orbital spacecraft. Yep. So yeah. That should give us pretty much a good timeline on when Newglands is going to fly. I could have told you that with Escapade it was going to be pretty tight. What the f... Stay in school, kids. Stay in school. Yep. That's somebody wrote that. Someone wrote that. And someone wrote that with the utmost confidence. Don't be that person. I'm telling you, don't be that person. Because guess what? Nobody's going to tell you they're judging the frick out of you. But 268 people looked at this and they probably went, eh? And now on top of that, everybody from the YouTube and the Twitch stream has seen this too. That's the thing. Just stay in school. Trust me. Nothing to see here, just a video of an Osprey aileron roll. Nice. It's rage bait. They posted that at 154, by the way. Nice. 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 The Saturn V beat both Elon and Jeff to launching a heavy lift rocket. Actually, Gwen, I mean, if we're really going to go technical, how technical do we want to go here? Technically, Saturn 1B is a heavy lift launch vehicle. That wasn't even Saturn V. It was before that. It was Saturn 1B. Saturn 1B could do 25 tons. The Leo, that is a heavy lift vehicle. That is a heavy lift launch vehicle. Like, by our own standards, right? Like, Falcon, I was going to say, what do you mean? Falcon 9 launched, or Falcon Heavy launched 6 years ago. More than 6 years ago. Speaking of EJ, the PCB I just measured was 1.54 millimeters thick. Dude, that number is everywhere. That number is everywhere. Anyway. You know what? We're just going to do all the cool stuff here. So this footage is coming from LSR, and it's footage that's been compiled from Starbase Live. SpaceX is doing chopstick tests. Why did they paint it like a zebra? Huh. Yeah, they painted over where the welds were. I wonder if this is some type, maybe it's some special type of paint to kind of show stress cracks or something. Visual inspection of the welds. Yeah. Did you know the Pats play the Jets tonight? So? I mean, I wasn't planning on watching that. Flowviz? I don't think it's Flowviz, but yeah, I didn't. I mean, do you want to watch the game? I don't want to watch. Screw that. Dude, I have a Republic to build. The landing rail was also painted. It was shown in the NSF Daily. Yeah. Okay, guys. So watch this footage. Okay, if you didn't see it, watch the tower. Watch the tower when the chopsticks get to this position. Some of you saw it. Watch the tower. Oh! Yo! Whoa! Whoa! That's a little sussy baka right there. Yeah, I said that. Fine. With the Japanese thing, it's fine. Anyway, that's a little sketchy. That's a little sketchy right there. All right. Now drop a super heavy on it. Demon, I'm pretty sure that this is tested at the very top of the tower to induce maximum moment on the tower. I'm pretty sure super heavy is not getting caught up here. I'm pretty sure it's getting caught somewhere down there. All of SpaceX's renders had the carriage like halfway down there. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is just the chopstick starting position. But yeah, dude. Yo, that's crazy, man. Guys, if you don't know, see these posts right there? Those are filled with concrete. This is a steel sheath concrete columns, and it's bending it like nothing. That's crazy, dude. Yo. How high is this? Nubius, where they're at's probably above 500 feet. I think the whole tower is 525. So that's up there. Now, here's the thing, guys. If anybody out there is a civil engineer, you know good and well, you want this thing to flex just a little bit. You don't want it to flex too much, because then it falls over. But there's always a little bit of give. Modern buildings are designed this way on purpose. You're designed to kind of go with perturbing forces, right? So in the case of a skyscraper and a civil engineer, it's wind. Skyscrapers do that. They kind of go back and forth in the wind like a tree would move around with the wind. Same idea, believe it or not. Yeah. Aerodynamics need to be taken into account when you build a big enough building. True story. Can you use a 4-point cable system to stop the sway? Well, J-Volt, this is what I'm getting at, guys. That's a lot of sway. It is, but that might be on purpose. That might be on purpose because if you... Let's be real here. There's a lot of dynamic events happening with just the chopsticks closing, let alone that 300-ton booster that's going to, try and land right in this area here. That could be on purpose. They could let it sway a little bit on purpose now that I'm thinking about it. There's only so much force you can... there's only so much force you're going to be able to absorb here. You know what I mean? It's going to bend to an extent. I'll bet you it deflected a little bit when they stack. I'll bet you it does, just a little bit. But you don't see it because it happens slowly. This is it happening fast. Is twisting worse than swaying? You're going to have some torsional load on this a little bit, Helzekin, but not a lot. This is triangulated pretty well. Typically dumb question coming from yours truly. Uncapping, your questions are actually better than a lot of the questions that I get. So don't sell yourself short. If buildings are swaying in the wind, doesn't that eventually weaken the foundations or structural integrity? Well, now you're getting into a material science analysis. This is uncapping yes and no. Will it eventually weaken it? If it encounters a wind that it's not rated for, dude, sure. But there's a reason why skyscrapers aren't made out of aluminum. If they were made out of aluminum, then yes, you would have this problem. Aluminum will crack over time. Concrete does to an extent, and every building does settle over time. This is why you do an environmental impact. This is the precise reason why we started doing that in the first place. It wasn't to appease environmentalists. It was to make sure that the building doesn't fall over into the swamp. They said you couldn't build a launch pad in a swamp, but I did it anyway. It fell into the swamp. No, basically, you use reinforced concrete, and you can adjust the thickness of your reinforced concrete. Also, your lattice structure in the reinforced concrete would be built in a way to basically go with these forces and have a little bit of give and not fatigue the whole thing. Because, yeah, you got to be careful with concrete. Concrete is really good at compression load, but it sucks it sucks everywhere else. This is why you don't see bridges made out of concrete. Concrete sucks for tensile strength. It sucks for torsional strength. It sucks for shearing strength. It's only good at compression. That's about it. That's why foundations are made out of concrete and everything else isn't. But yeah, there is a little bit of, Theo, that's right. There's an elasticity in this stuff. It's designed to have a little bit of give and not fatigue the entire thing. It just depends on what materials you're using. You're getting into what's called, it's material science here. It's pretty interesting stuff. Oh, that bridge is sick, I think I've seen that bridge before. Good example of foundational damage over time, the Kinzua Bridge. Yeah. This is why getting load cycles and everything is very important. And, like, here's the thing, Badger. If we're able to figure this out from looking at 5 seconds of the chopsticks swinging back and forth and the whole tower swinging, there's no way SpaceX doesn't have an army of civil engineers. Probably mechanical engineers, if I had to guess. Mechanical and maybe some civil. That did their homework with this. If I had to guess, they probably overestimated it. Like, for instance, look, okay, let me explain like this. This is how you go about thinking as kind of an engineer. Keep in mind, these safety margins are made up. What I'm about to tell you is kind of made up, but this is kind of the mentality. All right, so you have a tower that needs to catch a 300-ton booster coming back down. So what's the problem here? You're going to encounter a shock load on your entire mechanical system here. What does that mean? That's a nice way of saying the booster as a rocket engine is eventually going to shut off, and the whole weight of the booster is going to be put on those chopsticks. Now, because the chopsticks are off to the side like this, and the tower is this way, what does that do? That puts a shearing force on your tower. Your tower is trying to bend. Your tower wants to break in half, right? That induces a shearing force on the tower. So what you would need to do is figure out the moment of the booster when it hits and how much torque that's going to put on your entire tower, right? Whatever that number is, it's probably a measurement of force. It is a measurement of force, and it's probably a really freaking high number, but it's not going to be 300 tons. If the booster has a mass of 300 tons and it comes down onto the chopsticks, that 300 tons, because it's a lever arm, the chopsticks are essentially a lever arm, is going to be amplified because Archimedes, give me a lever long enough because of leverage, right? Give me a lever long enough and I'll move the world. So it's not going to be 300 tons of shearing force here. That's where trigonometry and calculus come into play here. You need to be able to figure out the moment of the booster and how much force, how quickly it's going to get put on that tower. This is not like, okay, it's not like aerospace engineering, all right? You can come up with formulas for statics like this. This is like a benefit that civil engineers have. You can use statics to do your analytical calculations, right? With aerospace engineering, it gets a little bit annoying because it's aerodynamics, dynamics, stuff changes. It's not aerostatics, right? Whew, dude, I've read a little bit about aerodynamics, and just looking at it, it's like, Not even aerospace engineers can tell you exactly how something is going to fly, but there is a model that will get you close with statics because gravity's constant. We're not changing the environment too much. Well, in this case, we are because of that whole booster thing. But long story short, you can do material analysis and you could do a pretty damn high fidelity simulation, or at least some calculations given material strength to reinforced concrete and steel, which is what the tower's made out of. You can do some pretty accurate calculations here in this regard of getting it to just sway a little bit to dissipate the energy, but not snap the thing like a twig. Once again, that math is pretty straightforward, guys. I mean, we could get into it if you want. I'm probably not the best guy to do this math. I would ask Trevor Sesnick at NASA Spaceflight. He would probably be able to do this way better than me. It is technically dynamics, not statics. Well, yeah, I mean, but when J-Volt for sure. But when you're calculating the material, when you're trying to get a safety factor here, when you're trying to get your safety factor, it is statics, right? Because you're basically figuring that this tower needs to be able to hold this much up and it needs to be able to stay there indefinitely, right? So let's just say, and this is what I mean about making up numbers. This is totally made up. You have a 300-ton booster, okay? That booster, when it lands, is going to put leverage on the entire tower and induce a shearing force on the tower that's probably, let's say it does 900 tons of shearing force, which is completely made up. There's no way. But let's just say it does, right? Let's say 600. To say you're putting 600 tons of shearing force on your tower, right? Well, you can figure out what the shearing force of your steel concrete matrices is here. That's pretty straightforward to figure out. It really depends on your rebar. It depends on the reinforcement in the concrete, right? And we know pretty good and well that the foundation isn't going to move. Right? And it's definitely, we saw the tower is going to bend. So shearing force is going to get put on the center of the tower right around the quick disconnect. If I had to guess, it's just a guess. I don't know. Right? I'm kind of making things up for the sake of just explaining this. Right? So you have to make a tower that withstands 600 tons of shearing force, right? No, you don't. No, absolutely not. If your booster is putting at the absolute maximum 600 tons of shearing force on your tower, right? Now you're putting it, like Uncapping was wondering, you're putting it through a load cycle, right? You're going from no leverage on the entire tower, static, to 600 tons relatively quickly, right? You're shock shearing loading your tower, right? It's happening really fast because, once again, those rocket engines need to shut off quick, and then the booster's just going to sit there, right? It's going to happen fast. So you don't rate the tower for 600 tons of shearing force. You wouldn't do that because it would land once and then you'd try to land it again and it would probably snap like a twig, right? You get compounding loading cycles over time. You'd engineer this thing to be able to, so once again, because of load cycles, you wouldn't even go with like 620 tons of shearing force. You wouldn't do that because of compounding load cycles. So you're going to land, SpaceX is going to land a lot of boosters. So this thing's going to be swaying back and forth. It's swaying back and forth. It's swaying back and forth, right? You don't want that. Eventually it'll snap, right? Eventually you'll encounter a failure mode. You engineer it to be able to withstand that, not to be able to withstand that 600 tons of shearing once, but be able to withstand that 600 tons of shearing indefinitely. No load cycle, right? Unless SpaceX wants to refurbish the damn tower and build another one, it's indefinite, right? Structural engineers don't take into account a building collapsing, right? Buildings don't have a finite load cycle, or else buildings would just collapse randomly. I mean, they do collapse randomly if you don't take care of it, but that's another story. Deferred maintenance is a hell of a drug. So it's not just rating the load from that, it's taking that, and now because you're getting into load cycles and for like compounding load cycles over time, you don't rate it for 600. You rate it for 2,800 tons of shearing force. That way it'll never break. and once again, I'm making up numbers. I'm making up the safety factor, but I assure you the safety factor is way higher. That tower is never going to snap. It will never snap. It'll bend a little bit. You have to have a little bit of give. Like, just because everything is a spring at the end of the day. But that tower is probably designed to sway back and forth to dissipate energy, so you're not fatiguing the metal. But I'll bet you the metal thickness here and the concrete and everything on this tower is probably engineered to be able to withstand, like, probably 2 to 3 to maybe 5 times the load factor of pulling this booster up or landing the booster on the chopsticks. A reasonable analogy is the flex of airliner wings. Yeah, Gil, but airliner wings will eventually crack over time. Because aluminum, despite being a metal, putting aluminum through compounding load cycles over time actually cracks aluminum. Aluminum doesn't like to bend, it cracks. That's why if you have like a soda can, right, and you take the tab and you pull it enough times, it'll just break right off. Aluminum cracks, like concrete, believe it or not. It doesn't bend like steel. Steel has give. Once again, why we build skyscrapers out of steel and not aluminum. Yeah, McCory, it's got to be way up there. Like, if it was me, dude, if it was me, whatever your, like, 2x your max load factor here, I would make it 10x. Because it doesn't cost a lot of money to pour more concrete. It does cost a lot of money if your tower collapses with a booster attached to it. Right? Why even take the chance? There's no point in taking the chance there. It's going to be a little bit more expensive, but the tower's never going to break. Yeah, J-Volt, exactly. Now, that's with civics. So that's buildings, bridges, towers, catch launch pads. Aerospace, believe it or not, aerospace safety factor is not nearly as high. It's not as high as it is with civics, with buildings and stuff. Like 154. 154 is your load factor on your wings that the FAA mandates you rate your wings to. If your wings can't take 1.54 times the amount of load that gets induced on them from them generating lift, if it can't take that, guess what? Your plane isn't getting certified to move people around. Seriously. A plane has to take 1.5 times the amount of force that the wings encounter when the plane is just flying normally. Now, why? Why is that? Well, where did they come up with that number? They came up with that number because, let's be real, if your wings are taking 1.5 times the force of their normal lift load, you have way worse problems to worry about than your wings snapping off. Because that means the plane is falling straight down. That's where they came up with that load factor, if you really want to know. The only time the plane is ever going to encounter that much wing shear is if it's falling, if it's belly flopping like Starship, in which case the wings coming off is probably the least of your concern if your plane is free falling out of the sky. First thing you do is turn the nose down to get some airspeed if your plane stalls, right? Any pilots out there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is how safety factors actually kind of come up with. This is how they come up with this stuff. Like, you know, if your wings are encountering 1.5 times the force, you have other things to worry about than the wings flying off. The wings will stop winging. Yep. I wonder if there are differences between the tower and Boca at the Cape. I'm not sure, dude. Maybe. Lift int. Yep. See what I'm talking about? A little bit about safety factors. So yeah, guys, that tower is definitely moving around. I'll bet you it's by design. I don't think that SpaceX closed the chopsticks, looked at this and said, oh crap, the entire tower is moving. I'll bet you that sway is induced on purpose. Yeah, dude, look at it. Look at the tower. It's like, oh. Like, my first thing that popped into my head is like, dude, I would not want to be standing up there when this thing does that. But also, then you realize you really don't want to be standing there the next time these chopsticks close like that. Not for the tower swaying, but that big, 300-ton stainless steel beer keg coming back down that has fire shooting out the bottom coming near you. That's probably a bigger reason than the tower swaying. But like, this is why I've been saying for the longest time, guys, like, people are worried like, oh, they're going to do a catch attempt. What if it hits the tower? I really, dude, if Super Heavy hits the tower, it'll bounce off and explode. I'm pretty sure that tower is strong enough to take a booster hit. The booster will probably hit it, and it'll probably sway around like this, going, ha, 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 I'm not going anywhere. You know, like, you missed me. Super Heavy comes down. You missed me. I can't say the end of that sketch, but whatever. I want to see a rut in the tower. Dude, if the booster hits it, Phil, the Super Heavy will just bounce off and explode. It'd be like hitting a concrete wall, because that's basically what that is. Well, reinforced concrete wall. A beer company should buy a Super Heavy to turn it into a giant brewing keg. I don't know if SpaceX, I don't know if 304X stainless is food grade stainless, Seacrack, and it's probably a different alloy. It's probably not good enough for consumables. The stainless steel that pots and pans and countertops and stuff in restaurants is made out of is probably not the same composition. Did they reinforce those joiner plates earlier? Mm-hmm. Super Heavy be like, yep. Well, Super Heavy has done some damage to concrete before. Yeah, Mayor, you're not wrong, but you actually stumbled upon a very good learning experience here. Have you guys ever noticed that the structures that are next to rockets are hollow? Any ever wonder why? Why there's not like a skyscraper next to a rocket? Because if this was a solid surface and the rocket pushed up against it, it's going to do what Flight 1 did to the ground to the side of the tower. That is the reason why SpaceX took the cladding off of the fixed service structure at 39A, because it was damaging it. There's a reason why this stuff is all hollow, so the flow from the rockets can just go right through it. True story. So yeah, Super Heavy has messed up concrete in the past, but it wasn't hollow steel and concrete. Hey, you're learning about material science today. Look at you. Look at you. Good for you. Hopefully you learned something. So yeah, that sway is induced. Not induced. Of course it's induced. I guarantee you that's done on purpose. You have to have a little bit of give, right? Because passively resisting this increased moment from the chopsticks moving could break things. And the tower is not designed to do that. It's not designed to break in half. I'll bet you the load factor is way higher. Like, it would take a direct, like, this thing would need to take a direct hit from a nuke to blow up. Seriously. I mean, considering what happens down at the OLM, that's basically the overpressure event from Super Heavy starting up is basically consistent with blast pressures found from a low-yield nuke. Yeah, flame trenches are a violent place when a rocket goes off. Oh yeah, the pressures down there, whatever you put in there, you're gonna lose. One time they found an alligator in a flame trench, and then everybody had some cooked gator for dinner. No, there was no alligator left. True story. That was in Florida, by the way. Gator dust. Yeah, they never found that. Now what they do is call animal control to get the gators, out of the flame trenches, because believe it or not, that's FOD in the flame trench, and that could cause problems, so you don't want to make sure that doesn't happen. The frog survived the rocket launch. Yes, that's right. Glory to the Hypno-Toad. Gator done. Yeah, it gives new meaning to that. Have you ever seen a gator in real life? I lived in Florida, Sawyer. Of course I've seen a gator. Dude, at my apartment 20 years ago, it's closer to 15, so let's say 15. My apartment in Florida 15 years ago, yeah, it overviewed a pond because you have to dig retention ponds in Florida for buildings or else the building falls into the swamp. Yeah, gators would be on the edge of the pond all day, dude. I used to go out on my balcony and watch them go around going, that's what they do. They hiss. It's weird. It's a weird noise. If you never heard it,
go at throttle up.
yeah, the first time you hear it, you'd be like, what the hell is that? Are you scheduled for Flame Trench? Yes. They Riz. Yep. No. Headline: Florida Gator kills spacecraft. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they hire Florida man to come get the gators out of the trench. I have that on first-hand authority from engineers at ULA. Ohio Sigma Riz. Oh, God. Stop it. Stop doing that. Stop it. Jacobs, what's up, buddy? 23-month resub. And Demon had a 77 in there a half hour ago. I appreciate it. Dino had a 93 a little bit ago. Picked a real interesting time to join, I see. Dino, I find that people are saying that a lot more often lately. Skibbity Ohio Gat Sigma Riz. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what any of that means. Well, I know what Riz means. Oh God, I'm at the point where I'm having to translate teen speak. That's not good. Oh God. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. See ya, workers. All right, Jacobs. And all the gator removal team needs is a pickup and a 6-pack. You dang right. They'll take them out to the gator reserve there and put them down there. Elderly EJ confirmed. I'm old, man. I get it, all right? Jeez, leave me alone. Any good pickings out there? Did I ever tell you guys, this actually reminded me, the Ferd reminded me. Did I ever tell you guys that, I don't know if this conversation was on Flame Trench or not. I was talking with Jack Beyer one time. This was like right when I started doing NSF. So I was like talking with him. I was like, oh, dude. I was like, yeah, I follow all your star bases. He's like, oh, that's awesome. I know you like old trucks. There's this really awesome old truck that drives around Starbase. I go, is it green? And he goes, yeah. I'm like, it's a 96 F350. And he's like, what? Like, it's a 96 F350. Oh, I've seen it. I want it. Yeah, I want it. It's quad cab long box. And he's like, what the? Jack was like, who are you? I'm like, your worst nightmare. This conversation happened. I swear. That happened. Some people like collecting junk. Oh yeah, Mopar, no car, boy. Actually, 619. The Coronet is going to be the winter project here, dude. Coronet is going to be my winter car. We're going to finish up with this, and then this thing gets put outside in the Coronet spot with a cover on it. Yep. Coronet's coming in. So, yeah, we'll get some Mopar action. We got Ford, we got Chevy, got to get Mopar. Got to get a nice blend. Nice blend. Giving you the business, so you know that. Of course I know that. Duh. Well, you're at it between stories. Otani is 4850. Jeez. You need a Nissan? The only Nissan I would want. Well, actually, there's two. Nah. Yeah, two. 73 240 or a BNR or 89 BNR 32. Those are the only two. I don't care about everything else. Maybe a Stagia, so maybe three. Those are the ones you're talking about, yeah. I'm in my 20s, so I don't know what that means. I'm not on TikTok. Yeah, me neither. Yep. I'm not you kids with your talk ticks. No R34? R34 doesn't do it for me, Phil. No, I don't want that. The BNR 32 GTR. I want the original GTR Skyline. That one's cool. You know why? Because that one's a race car. That one's race car. You know, there's actually making a homologated race car, and then there's making one that's race inspired. Right? That's what R33s and R34s are. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with it. There's like a Plymouth Superbird, and then there's just a car with a gigantic spoiler on it. That's race inspired, okay? The GTR 32, the GTR R32 is that's real. That's a real race car. Okay? It's real. No love for a Yugo? What makes you think I would want a Yugo, Helzikin? What makes you think I want that? I don't want that. How about an Escort Kazi? Yep, I want that. Yes, I want that SVO. Yes, yes, I want that. Sierra Cosworth's guilty pleasure. You better recheck those stats. Those numbers already changed. No way, dude. Your brother wrapped his Roadrunner around a telephone pole. Is your brother okay? You can build a Sierra Kazi out of a Mercury XR4 Ti. Yeah. Fun fact, SVO, I almost bought the Hoonigan XR4 Ti as well. But I have no idea where that car is now. That ship sailed already. I was thinking about it. EJ, I am going to buy a Yugo with suspension out of alignment, and we're going to haul it across country. Why do you want repair? You do not want a Yugo, all right? If you want a car like that, you want a Fiat Panda, all right? Captain Slow, you want a Fiat Panda. Fiat Pandas are cooler. I don't care what anybody says, all right? This is the car segment of the stream, okay? Fiat Panda. See? Fiat Panda. Look at that thing. Look at how happy that dude is. And look at his woman is staring at him like, "Oh my God, look at what you're able to do with this car. I love it." Probably not, but look at see, this guy's got it figured out. He's got a vest on, plaid shirt. He's got to figure it out. Okay. Fiat Pandas are awesome. They are amazing. Do you know why I like these so much and why they're better than a Yugo? You see that little mark on the side? 4x4, baby. Oh, yeah. That is an off-road vehicle. That's why Pandas are cool. All right? You're not going to get that with a Yugo. The woman is photoshopped. I love Fiat Pandas. They're awesome. It's a 4x4. That's cool, man. It's like a little mini Jeep. It's fantastic. He's probably so happy thinking what to do after he gets out of the car, leaving the brakes on. Yeah, they're nice cars, man. Pat, you have a Ford Ghia estate called Dave. Dave is 21 years old. That's awesome. Ghias are pretty cool. I'm more of a Mondeo kind of guy. I like Mondeos. Nice cars. Hey, before we get the Coronet in there, is there any chance we can maybe sneak my Freightliner in there so we can build a bracket? Ernock, let me get this straight. I've been working on your cars all summer. And now that it's not summer, you want me to continue working on your vehicles? Is that what's going on here? Will a semi fit in the door? Yeah, of course it will. Yes? I think about it. Yeah, a truck will fit in the garage. Yeah. That's a huge garage door. We could fit a semi in here. I'm not sure we'd be able to get all of the semi on camera, but we could, yeah. Are you saying no? I'm saying I want to work on my damn car. I haven't worked on any of my cars since before June, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Work on one of my damn cars. Look at Fred. look here. Look at Fred. Look at how sad he is. He didn't get to go out once during the summer. Look at how sad he is. Oh, nice, Scooger. That's a nice video. That's your fault. Oh, crap. It's my fault. Did you name your car Fred too? No, Freb with a B at the end. Freb. Freb can deliver pizzas like nobody's business. It's the only happy shiny car. Oh, that's not as cool. Look at these look at these OLM parts. All right, just look. Asking as a car newbie to keep the car healthy, do you have to start and run the engine for a bit if it's not driven for a long time? Yes. You should start a car once a week that you're storing. Honestly, start it once a week. Yeah. Start it and run it for a half hour once a week for a stored car. Yes. Or else fuel will destroy the fuel injection system. Yeah. Yeah. You probably leave it there for a good while, but I wouldn't recommend it. You left Freb for Bluefus. I did not. How do you prepare a car for long-term storage? Drain the fuel. Seriously, that's the big one. Drain the fuel. You could put it up on blocks too if you really want to, so you don't wreck the tires. But yeah. And undo the battery as well. Yeah. Those are the things that are gonna go. Guys, so all right, more car talk here. We'll get back to space stuff in a second. I'm kind of avoiding doing the FAA thing. I don't want to talk about it, but anyway. Gasoline, more often than not nowadays, has ethanol in it. Ethanol will it'll eat rubber. Yeah, chemically, it'll destroy rubber. So rubber O-rings on fuel injectors, rubber lines in your fueling system. It's like detergent nowadays, dude. Hey, Rob, what's going on?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hokey gifted us up to Great Toothless Land Shark. The oil, yeah, oil is fine. The oil is okay. You don't need to drain the oil. Don't do that. Do not drain the oil out of the motor. You're inviting humidity inside of the engine if parts aren't lubricated, right? This is why you got to start it. You just splash the oil all over parts in the engine. If you don't, all the oil trickles down to the bottom, right? And then eventually all the oil will drain off all your metal components. And once that happens, you're inviting humidity. Draining the oil just makes that happen faster.
This is space. I'm in space.
Predominant gifted 20 subs. Thank you. I can tell you very much that you do not want rust inside of your engine. That's bad for it. Anyway, Predominant, thanks for the 20. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. You, in fact, do not have a bad case of diarrhea. Oh, God. What do you guys do? Don't do this.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hokey gifted 20. Now, here we go. All right, and here, race to see who has the deepest pockets. Here we go. I'm just going to sit here. You know, we'll just sit here and watch the tower weeble wobble around. No, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Thank you for all the support. It's been an interesting year.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
10 subs from Predominant. Thanks, man. You know Weebles wobble. They don't fall down, yeah.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hokey matched it. He matched it with 10. Oh, my goodness. If it's going to sit but not super long, find ethanol-free gas. You could buy ethanol-free gas toothless from the hardware store. You could buy True Fuel. True Fuel is great. That'd be good. Or it ports stable in the gas tank, too. Now, this is a feud I can get behind. Redonkulent has the donginant. Wait, what? But yeah, if you're storing a car erudite, if it's long-term storage and you can't get at starting it all the time, drain the fuel out of it immediately. Yeah, drain all the fuel. After 10 years, which original engineered project will outperform concrete or rubber? Depends on what you're doing. Down here, they saw ethanol-free gas at the pump. Cool. So the other thing to take into account, Sawyer, is that even if you have ethanol-free gas, gasoline decomposes over time. It'll decompose. And when it decomposes, it turns into varnish. And when it turns into varnish, that's basically like pouring jelly into your gas tank. Yeah. Not good. Not great. Not great for any fuel system. It's, yeah. Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah, gas is like, it'll decompose over time. Yeah, you don't want to do that. It's a car I know that was left for multiple months and it had issues. And was, I think, days to a week.
This is space.
Hey,
I'm in
John.
space.
Thank you. I had a 2004 BMW and the fuel lines just decomposed. Yeah, guys, yeah. Modern gas sucks. It's terrible. It's better for the environment, but like with old gas...
This is space.
With
I'm in
old
space.
gas, like you could just keep it in there. It's fine. It'll turn to varnish eventually, but yeah, that old gas was designed to last. Like, it's very strange. Ah, thanks for the 5. I appreciate it. I had to replace fuel tanks with lines for a lot of old vehicles. Yeah, Toothless, me too. My 69 Coronet, when I first got it, the fuel tank was... It looked like the Titanic in there, man. I was just like, nope, new fuel tank, new sending unit. Please. Is this with or without the lead? Real... Leaded gas was invented to prevent detonation. Yeah. That's why they had leaded fuel. Leaded fuel was to prevent knocking.
This is space. I'm in space.
Jeez, guys. All systems with 10. Thank you. Kippy with some bits in there. Appreciate it. Your 51 Power Wagon needed everything from carbon down. Yeah. Power Wagons, though. That's a cool truck, Toothless. Power Wagons are sweet. Hey, man, what motor you got in there? You got that Flathead 6? Got that Flathead 6 in there, man? It's a military Power Wagon? That's sick, dude. Power Wagons are cool, man. I'm over here, but cannot get the hang of Twitch. Pat, I appreciate you popping in, but you could do either one. I'm reading both chats. But either way, it's good to see you over here. Welcome to the zoo. Rick with bits. Predominant with 100 bits. Does this activate TTFs? If so, this is about to get interesting. No. Do you watch Diesel Bros on YouTube? They got some sick machinery. I've seen that channel before, yeah. Yes, indeed. With a bit shaved off the head to up the compression. Nice. Text to speech, John. Yeah. Cool. Anyway, all right. All right. You gifted all those subs, so now here's what we got to do. Here's SpaceX's love letter to the FAA, we'll say. We'll say love letter. Yeah. Here we go. Buckle up, buckaroos. Okay. This is gonna suck, man. Please, for the love of Jeb, do not go off. I get it. This article is probably gonna have some stuff that people do not like. We get it. This is gonna rock the boat, I'm pretty sure. So just have fun. Be entertained. Enjoy the circus. Get some popcorn. Okay? He's helpless, you have your popcorn. All right. All right. Dear FAA, your pal SpaceX. Eric, that might be in the catch position. They reinforced the tower sections and carriage in this area compared to other areas. Interesting, really. All right. Doom, 19 months plus 1 sub. Thanks again for the streams. Thank you for watching. Predominant, thank you for the 100. Flame Trench is going to be hilarious. J-Volt, I don't know whether I should be spicy about this or not. I'm just... Honestly, I think... Before we even read this, I think the spicy take to have here is to just be like, nope, 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 nope. I don't think anything good is going to come of this, to be 100% real with you. And I don't think this love letter here is going to change my mind. I think this is what caused the spice last week. Oh, I wish I was on that show, man. Oh, damn, that would have been awesome. All right. Anyway, for nearly 2 years, SpaceX has voiced its concern with the FAA's inability to keep pace with the commercial spaceflight industry. It is clear that the agency lacks the resources to timely review licensing materials, but also focuses its limited resources on areas unrelated to public safety. These distractions continue to directly threaten national priorities and undercut American industry's ability to innovate. Oh God, here we go. Dear Chairs Cantwell and Lucas and ranking members Cruz and Lofgren. Okay, already are. We're getting right into it. Okay. For nearly 2 years, SpaceX and many in industry, legal practice, and academia have raised the alarm on the Federal Aviation Administration's implementation of its commercial space launch and re-entry regulatory mandate, which is administered by its Office of Commercial Space Transportation. It has been clear for some time that AST lacks the resources to timely review licensing materials, mistakenly focuses its limited resources on areas unrelated to public safety regulatory scope, and has been unsuccessful in modernizing and streamlining its regulations. Most recently, the FAA alleged that SpaceX violated its regulations and proposed a $633,009 penalty for these alleged violations. Choo-choo. It is notable that these violations and penalties were announced shortly after increased scrutiny on AST by Congress for its failure to reasonably and timely execute its regulatory obligations. It is also notable that in announcing these penalties, the FAA's politically appointed chief counsel was quoted in the FAA's announcement on the matter. It is SpaceX's understanding that it is highly irregular and perhaps unprecedented for a chief counsel to be quoted on an enforcement matter. SpaceX forcefully rejects the FAA's assertion that it violated any regulations. SpaceX is absolutely committed to safety in all operations. With respect to these matters, it is notable that in each instance, SpaceX provided AST with sufficient notice of these relatively minor license updates, which had no bearing on public safety. The fact that AST was unable to timely process these minor updates underscores systematic challenges at AST. The FAA alleges, new paragraph. The FAA alleges 3 distinct violations. 1, that SpaceX utilized a propellant farm at SpaceX's launch site that the FAA had not yet approved. 2, that SpaceX used an updated communications plan that the FAA had not yet approved. And 3, that SpaceX did not conduct a launch poll 2 hours prior to launch. As it relates to the RP-1 fuel farm, the use of the RP-1 fuel farm had been approved by our U.S. Government Range Safety Authority for an upcoming national security space launch program mission. The system has been safely used repeatedly ever since, because there is no public safety risk. Despite the federal range's approval, AST elected to involve itself and now proposes penalties against SpaceX because AST was unable to do its job in an efficient manner. The communication plan changes are entirely unrelated to public safety, and AST has no regulatory authority to require a 2-hour poll. SpaceX responds in detail to each allegation below for your information and clarify and to clarify the record. SpaceX alleges that the FAA alleges that SpaceX operated under an unapproved communications plan for the PSN MSF launch in June of 2023. SpaceX denies this allegation. SpaceX's only change to the communications plan was to change the location of the Launch Control Center from one location on Kennedy Space Center to another. No communications procedures, networks, or personnel changed. On May 2nd, 2023, SpaceX sent the FAA a revised SpaceX Falcon and Dragon communications plan, version 5.4, May of 2023, planned version 5.4, for incorporation into its launch licenses. Each week after SpaceX submitted plan version 5.4 during weekly licensing calls between the FAA and SpaceX told the FAA that it required the plan by June 1st and asked the FAA whether it had feedback. During a call on June 13th, SpaceX again asked the FAA if it had feedback because SpaceX had a launch on June 18th that would use the new location of the Launch Control Center. In response, and for the first time, the FAA told SpaceX that there were too many revisions in Plan 5.4 for it to be able to provide feedback on it by June 18th. As such, on June 15th, SpaceX submitted a new version of a revised communications plan, version 5.3.1, that solely updated the location of the Launch Control Center. This change to the communications plan that SpaceX operated under was clearly a continuing accuracy update, and therefore, per the regulations, did not require FAA approval. On June 16th, the FAA finally began its review of Plan 5.3.1, and minutes later, SpaceX responded to the FAA's questions and offered a call to discuss any further questions. The FAA responded saying it would not be able to complete its review of Plan 5.3.1 before June 18th. The FAA stated that SpaceX had not provided it with enough notice, even though SpaceX had told the FAA 6 weeks earlier that it required use of the plan by June 1st, and the date was now June 16th. Again, approval was not required under the regulation for this continuing accuracy update. On June 22nd, 2023, the FAA sent SpaceX minor comments on plan version 5.4. And the same day, SpaceX sent responses to the FAA. Hours after SpaceX responded, on June 22nd, 2023, the FAA approved Plan 5.4 for incorporation into 2 of SpaceX launch licenses, but not in SpaceX launch licenses for 39A. Ooh. Section I. On August 20th, 2023, the FAA later approved Plan version 5.4 for incorporation into the LC-39A license, which was 110 days after SpaceX originally submitted the plan. During these 110 days, the FAA did not ask SpaceX for any additional information on Plan 5.4. The plan was not further modified, and therefore the plan was the same as the one approved on June 22nd, 2023. It is unclear why it took the FAA an additional 59 days and 110 days total to review and approve, quote unquote. But the fact that the communications plan was approved demonstrates that there was no public safety concern with moving the Launch Control Center. Section 2, T-minus 2-hour polling. The FAA alleges that SpaceX should have conducted a T-minus 2-hour readiness poll prior to the PSN MSF launch per its communications plan, and that such a readiness poll should have been in SpaceX's launch procedure. There is no requirement in the regulations for a T-minus 2-hour readiness poll. Importantly, SpaceX conducts a poll prior to propellant loading later in the count consistent with safe operations. Rocket Propellant 1, RP1 Farm. Section 3. The FAA alleges that SpaceX operated an unapproved RP-1 farm during the EchoStar 23 launch. Specifically, the RP-1 farm used during the EchoStar 23 launch was moved to enhance the public safety of SpaceX's operations. Specifically, the new RP-1 farm location and design increased safety to individuals both inside and outside of the LC-39A fence lined through multiple improvements. The RP-1 farm moved to a location that is more than twice the distance from the nearest publicly accessible area outside of the fence line, with an increase of 700 to 1,600 feet. B. SpaceX eliminated a hazard both inside and outside of the fencing line by moving the RP-1 storage tanks away from a heat source that was near the old location. The old RP-1 storage tanks required additional hazard mitigation due to their spacing, and these mitigations were eliminated with the new location. The new RP-1 storage tanks are further apart, and the additional hazards associated with the previous spacings have been eliminated. Section C. Prior to the launch, the Federal Range Safety Authorities reviewed and approved the new RP-1 farm's use. Section D. On August 20th, less than a month after the FAA issued SpaceX a license for the EchoStar 23 Jupiter 3 launch, the FAA approved a waiver for the Crew 7 launch that allowed SpaceX to conduct the launch from 39A with the new RP-1 farm. The waiver that the FAA issued stated that granting the waiver would not jeopardize public health and safety, the safety of property, or any national security or foreign policy interest of the United States. Since SpaceX's operations for the EchoStar 23 Jupiter 3 launch and the Crew 7 launch were the same as related to the RP-1 farm, it is not clear why the FAA made a positive safety determination for the Crew 7 launch, but could not do the same for the EchoStar 23 Jupiter 3 launch. Huh. It keeps going. Section G. Instead, it took the FAA several months after the Crew 7 waiver to approve the RP-1 farm license modification, showing inefficiency and lack of public safety focus by AST. Damn, right for the jugular. Section H. The FAA has never asserted that the new ground safety configuration at LC-39A or the related ground safety analysis was not safe or did not comply with the regulations. Rather, when the FAA issued SpaceX a license for the EchoStar 23 Jupiter 3 launch on July 26, 2023, the transmittal letter for license said only that, quote, the FAA cannot issue a positive safety review determination for the modification request submitted on July 19, 2023, ahead of the EchoStar 23 Jupiter 3 mission. The FAA is on console, Section I. The FAA is on console prior to launch operations and did not stop launch operations because of this matter, indicating no public hazard or public safety risk. Ooh. Ooh. 24, yeah, not 23, excuse me. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Section J. Finally, FAA intervened via a letter that was delivered to SpaceX. Finally, the FAA intervened via letter that was delivered to SpaceX well into SpaceX's countdown procedures for the launch. The SpaceX flight reliability team called the FAA to communicate that as an operator, SpaceX believed it was unsafe for the FAA to be sending these types of communications during operations and altering propellant operations for non-contingency scenarios on the fly. Yeah, I wouldn't do that either. The FAA leadership on the call agreed with this assessment and did not direct SpaceX to stand down or pull its license. Oh, again, SpaceX is absolutely committed to safety in all operations. For well over a year now, SpaceX has voiced its concerns with the FAA's inability to keep pace with the commercial space industry and the needs of the U.S. and the needs of U.S. government agencies that rely on commercial space launch capability for national security and national priorities. Ooh. Let's noodle on that one for a second, huh? Meanwhile, all the pilots in here are like, first time. Interesting. So, guys, I was pretty dang right that I don't think this paper is going to change my mind, with the exception of a couple of pretty outstanding things. Those last couple of things really drove the point home. Now, it very much seems like the FAA can't keep up, which is basically the FAA can't keep up, and what the FAA is doing to cover its own tail is slow stuff down to make sure they don't get bit. You don't want a rocket potentially endangering safety, and then everybody go, well, why didn't you know about this? And for the FAA to say something like, well, it was on our radar, but yeah, SpaceX goes too fast. That's why they're doing this, because they're covering their tail because they don't have the resources to be able to keep up. That's what this very much sounds like. Now, that's what it sounds like for Section 1, the communications plan, and the T-2 hour polling. Now, if we go into the communications plan, it seems like SpaceX tried to do the right thing, figured out the FAA wasn't going to do the right thing, and because of other stakeholder expectations, i.e. it being a national security mission, basically went to the DOD and said, is this good? And they said, yeah, why wouldn't it be? And then they launched it. And then the FAA said, oh, that's what that sounds like. Now, the T-2 hour polling, it's interesting here because, so the interesting thing about that is, okay, look, T-2 hour polling. The FAA alleges that SpaceX could have conducted a T-2 hour readiness poll, should have conducted a T-2 hour readiness poll to the PSN MSF launch per its communications plan, right? Per its communications plan. That's the big one. It's not that the FAA requires a T-2 hour readiness poll. It's that the stuff that's approved for public safety from SpaceX requires a 2-hour readiness poll. But, once again, SpaceX is moving way too fast for the FAA to be able to keep up, and it sounds like they submitted an older plan to try and get them to review it faster, and the FAA said, yeah, that's fine, I guess, but we're still reviewing 5.4, and then they reviewed 5.4 and said it was fine, right? And then they still launched without full review of that plan, right? But per SpaceX's own plan, the one that was approved at the time of launch when the violation took place, there should have been a 2-hour readiness poll. Once again, SpaceX is just going too fast for the FAA, and the FAA can't keep up. I'm telling you, that's what's going on. Because they've been shortchanged, just like every other government institution. Like, what do you want? It's government gonna government. It happens. Now, here's the interesting thing. Do I think the FAA should be issuing fines because they can't keep up? I don't know, man. Like, it's very interesting. This is unprecedented. We've never been in this situation before, where you just can't keep up. It's important to SpaceX to hike up your launch cadence, because running a space program is like running a steam engine, like a locomotive. You don't just flip the on button and go. That's not how running a steam engine works. You have to stoke the burner, and then you have to get the boiler up to temperature. Once the boiler's up to temperature and you have enough head pressure, right? The check valve turns on, and then you can start going. It takes time. And then even when the steam engine's going down the tracks, you have to build up a lot of momentum, just like every other train. This is not something that happens very quickly. You can't just flip a steam engine on. It takes time. Running a space program is like that. You have to build up a lot of pressure. You have to go. Slowing that down, all that's going to do is basically screw SpaceX's bottom line, because they're the ones that paid all the money to be able to launch fast, right? I can understand their frustration, but like I said, this last part is very, very telling. This last part is very telling. Specifically, these parts right here, Section I and Section J, okay? The FAA is on console prior to launch operations and did not stop launch operations because of this matter, indicating no public hazard or public safety risk. This is shining a light on something that I've been saying for some time. The FAA is going slow because they don't know. They don't know. What does the Federal Aviation Administration know about certifying a commercial launch site and a commercial launch vehicle? Spoiler alert, nothing. They know nothing about that. And that right there, Section I, is very telling of this. See that right there? The FAA is so ridiculously jammed and so ridiculously overcrowded and so overwhelmed with SpaceX paperwork that they can't even keep their own personnel on the same page. Here's the thing. Everything up until that section, it just seems like SpaceX is just flooding them with paperwork and hoping that they get it. They just rubber stamp everything and go. All right? Those last two things right there are very telling, because up until that point, you can make the case that SpaceX is just flooding you with paperwork. How the hell are you supposed to get all this done? They're sending you file cabinets of paperwork every freaking day. No one's gonna, like, not even like if there was an FAA equivalent of SpaceX, right? Like, that was able to go that fast. That's a lot of paperwork to go through. It is. Paperwork has to be reviewed by legal. There's a lot to it. It's not just, oh, okay, good, send it, right? There's a lot to it. Now, up until that point, you can make the argument that there's no bandwidth for this at the FAA. But once again, I would have told you we're right here, but it sounds like the FAA doesn't even know what's going on. It sounds like they're so shortchanged that even the people that are there don't even know that SpaceX is violating their own they're violating like FAA standards. They don't even know. That's what happened here and here. FAA leadership on the call agreed with the statement and did not direct SpaceX to stand down. Now, once again, here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. You're from the FAA. Remember what I said about covering your butt as a government agency. Not keeping everybody on the same page is very telling. That's very telling. I'm sorry that, and this proves what I was talking about. SpaceX would not do this unless they had something concrete. That's concrete. Right there. That is legal grounds. Right there. That's legal grounds to vindicate what SpaceX is saying. You said it was fine, and now it's not fine. What the actual frick? Right? Right there, that's legal grounds. That means the FAA doesn't even know what's going on. So, once again, like that is very telling. It's very telling. I think SpaceX is in the right. Not by much, and they're only in the right pursuant to one of these three issues, right? Because the other ones just seems like they're like, okay, we submitted the paperwork. Hey, you going to do that for us? No, we can't do that for you because you submit thousands of pages of paperwork. Well, yeah, we submitted to you a month ago. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. We're reviewing the ones that you sent in 2 months ago. I get it. Like, we got a lot to do here. Well, haven't you approved it yet? Here. We'll give you our old one. Approve this. It's fine. You've already approved of it. It's good. If I do that, I just have to put it in the queue and review every other piece of paperwork. Yeah, but that's the old one. You can approve it right now. No, I can't. Whatever. We're going to launch anyway. It's the old one. It's fine. We'll beg for forgiveness later. Now that right there, no. It's not, that's not how that works at all. That's not how you do that. That's not how you do that at all. That's going to get thrown out. But once again, there's a reason why they chose to mention this last. Because the case that SpaceX is trying to build against the FAA is that the FAA is selectively enforcing the law when they think it's convenient for them. That's the case that SpaceX is trying to build here. That's the case that their legal team is trying to build. There is absolute precedent there for that with I&J. Now, don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not a law guy. I don't know the law, but I do know about precedents when it comes to this, because I sit here and read about this all day for your entertainment. Hopefully it's funny, right? And I watched My Cousin Vinny once. It's a good one. What is positraction? All right, anyway. So, guys, once again, it sounds like two things are going on. One, the FAA can't keep up. They do not have the funding to be able to keep up with the bandwidth of paperwork because there's so many rapid changes that SpaceX is required to report that they can't keep up. That's not, like, as screwed up as this is going to sound, and I'm saying that I want SpaceX to be able to launch every day, to be 100% real with you, but as screwed up as this is going to sound, that's not the FAA's problem. That's the people that give them money's problem, which is why this letter is to the people that give the FAA's money. That's why that's what this letter is to. Now, like, the SpaceX is going to have to deal with it. You have to, like everybody else deals with it, you have to too, you know? But once again, SpaceX wouldn't do that unless they wouldn't even bother taking legal action like this unless they had something. That's what I've been saying. And guess what? That right there is what I'm talking about. There is legal precedent here that the FAA has their head so far up their tail, most likely because they're flooded with paperwork, but we're not going to mention that part if we're SpaceX's legal counsel, right? The FAA is there's so many changes being issued so fast, and they can't even keep up that they don't even know how to, it ends up being selective enforcement. The FAA guy at the launch said it was good to go, and then a year later, you're issuing a 6-figure fine to us for the thing that the guy said was okay. But once again, that kind of ignores the point that they didn't technically have license approval to launch it in the first place. See what I'm talking about? Nobody wins from this. But also, I'm kind of coming down in favor of SpaceX. Like, look, man, the guy from the FAA said it's good. It's the FAA's duty to make sure that their guy that's on site at the launch site knows that they're complying with the full use of the law. If there is a problem, that guy needs to know about it. That's on the FAA, dudes. That's their fault. Maybe don't spend so much time at the bowling alley or something. I don't know. The range said the prop farm was good. That to me is the winner. Yeah, but the range isn't the FAA. The range has no jurisdiction in this particular construct, Hellfish, per regulatory 450 framework. They don't have this. So what? That's like you punching a guy in the face and then going to your buddy who's not in the fight and saying, hey, was I right to punch him in the face? Of course your buddy's going to be like, yeah, he's knocked out too. Good for you, right? Like, duh, right? But your buddy's not going to say whether you were in the right or you're wrong, because that's not bro code. It's not how bro code works, right? The FAA is swamped already. How are they planning to deal with Newglands into the coming market? Mini B, that's a very good point, dude. I saw somebody mention that on X this morning when I was reading about this to get kind of primed for this conversation that I knew we would have. Dude, if the FAA is swamped with SpaceX, you guys know that Blue Origin wants to launch New Glenn like once a week, right? They want to do that. New Glenn is going to fly as much as Falcon 9. We understand this, right? For Project Kuiper, because Amazon wants to build their own Starlink competitor. What the hell is going to happen to the FAA then? See what I mean? this is why I'm kind of coming down in favor of commercial contractors, because SpaceX wouldn't do this unless they were absolutely sure, unless they had something. And that's what they had. The FAA is so underfunded and so fragmented that their own people don't even know what laws to enforce and what not to enforce. So retroactively giving them a $630,000 fine is bullshit. That's what SpaceX is on about. They wouldn't make a fuss about this unless they were sure, unless there was legal precedent. And there is legal precedent here. I'm pretty damn sure. If there's any lawyers, you know, obviously not a consultation. You're not lawyers, but anybody that knows legal a little bit more than me, that sounds like precedent to me. So SpaceX might be onto something here. Hey people, thanks for the bits, and God, thank you for the bits as well. Exactly. The guy at the site is acting with the authority of the FAA. Whatever he does, the FAA needs to swallow it as long as he was acting within his delegated authority. Bingo. Isn't that the FAA is underfunded? It's that they should have never been given space travel with everything else they do. Well, you could do that, but if you delegate more work to the FAA for certifying commercial launches and don't give them the funding to be able to scale with that newfound responsibility, well, that's your own damn fault. In politics, it's called slow walking, designed to stifle your opposition. Yeah, XNV, that's not something that I don't like going after a boogeyman here. But once again, like you can't say that, oh, the current administration doesn't like Elon, that's why they're doing this. But once again, it was cool then, but it's not cool now. But once again, the whole context of this is that SpaceX was operating with outdated licensing from the FAA because they couldn't get it approved fast enough to deal with some of these payloads, which were national security payloads. So, like, you can't say it's good then and not now. Like that's huge. That's what they got. That's huge. That is a huge legal precedent, right? Like look, they got something. They're right. That's right. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know that much about law, but I know what legal precedent is. This is also for SpaceX's own sake. If other people like Blue Origin need reviews, it's going to slow SpaceX even then. Yeah, exactly, McCory. There's a reason why SpaceX is bringing this up right now, because they know when Blue enters the chat, right, it's going to get even worse. Like I said, they wouldn't do this. They wouldn't rock the boat unless they absolutely saw it necessary. And that's pretty damn, they have a legal precedent and just the timeline of events. It makes sense, dude. I said going into this paper, it wouldn't change my mind much, but I disagree. Now seeing those things, yeah, I think I was wrong. The FAA is not equipped to be able to deal with one commercial company that does rapid iteration, let alone two. By the word here you're looking for is standing. Precedent is an example that you can point at in the past. Standing is having a case. Yeah, like I said, not a lawyer. Yep. So what you're saying is that there's a possibility of Musk and Bezos teaming up on the FAA. No, not necessarily, XO. I think what McCory was saying is, look, when Blue's going to want to do this, they're going to flood the FAA with paperwork too. And then you have two commercial providers flooding the FAA with paperwork, and it's less likely to get stuff done even faster then. That's what SpaceX is trying to say by it could hamper our future capabilities. That's what they're trying to get at. At least that's what I think. That's what I can tell from this. Like I said, there's a reason why they're doing this right now. There's a very good reason. You don't shoot your shot at the hand that feeds like this without being absolutely sure. Who regulates constellations in space? Like how much are satellites? How much? So Matt, who regulates what? It's a satellite that is launched from a country is beholden to that country's laws about space. Now, fortunately, most spacefaring nations have a outer space treaty that basically standardizes the laws about how this all works. But satellites are beholden to the country or proprietor that launched them. First NASA, then the FAA both point to neglect from up above. Floating, it's not a coincidence. I find that, like I said, do more with less. Do more with less. That's, I don't know why. The government loves doing that to aerospace endeavors, like public aerospace endeavors. Like you see it all the time. You see stuff like this all the time with military stuff, believe it or not. Despite the military's budget being way more than NASA's, they do this stuff to them too. It happens all the freaking time. There's a reason why we've been operating F-15s and F-18s for the last 20 years and why we stopped using the F-22. Like, there's a very good reason for that. You guys just don't notice that you don't really see like new airplanes coming around, like except for the F-35 or the F-22, not even the F-22 anymore. You don't notice this. Think about in the 80s. There's the F-14, there's the F-15, there's the F-18, there's the A-6, there's the S-3, there's the C-2. Like, look at all these different planes that you have. All of this stuff, just new planes were popping out. There was a cool new design all the time. You don't see that anymore, right? They do this all the time. They've been doing it since the end of the Cold War. This happens all the time. Well, the F-22 was expensive. Yeah, of course it was expensive, J-Volt. Do you want to stay ahead of the competition? Do you want to stay ahead of people that are adversarial to the U.S.? Yes, absolutely. I don't want to stay a step ahead. I want to stay five steps ahead. Duh. This is showing that Homer Hickam wasn't exaggerating about why he left the Space Advisory Council. He wouldn't lie about that. The reason why the F-22 carried such a heavy price tag is because they said they tooled up an entire factory to make thousands of them and then made 122 of them or something. That's why. Same thing with the DDG-1000. The Zumwalt destroyer, any squids out there? Those carry a super heavy price tag. You know why? It's because they built 3 when they wanted to build 1,000. They tooled up Bath Iron Works to build 1,000 of these things and built out a production line to build 1,000 of them and built 3. Seawolf, same case, same thing. Just saying. Seawolf submarine, it's the same idea. Oh, we don't need this. It's too expensive. You just paid for an assembly line that's capable of producing 40 of these over the next 10 years. Yeah, no, we don't need that. It's too expensive. It's the same thing with the Saturn V. We spent billions in the 60s. Billions in the 60s with a B. When the money was not nearly inflated as much as it was now. We spent billions of dollars to create an avenue to get to the moon and used it 6 frigging times and then said, yeah, we don't need that. The space shuttle's cheaper anyway. Par for the course, man. This stuff needs to stop. It needs to change, or else I kind of agree with SpaceX. We're kind of screwed. It was 8. Yeah, yes. I said land on the moon 6 times, all right? Or if I didn't, that's what I meant. 32 DDG-1000s were planned. Yeah, okay, Tiny Tank. So you tool up an assembly line to be able to think about it from Satisfactory or Factorio. You're tooling up to produce 32 ships, and you produce 3. And the people that are detractors of that program say it carries a heavy price tag. Well, yeah, of course it carries a heavy price tag. You bought 3. You tooled up an assembly line for 32 and you built 3. Like I said, man, seems like it's par for the course. And it seemed like SpaceX has the legal footing to call this bullcrap behavior out, which you know what, man? I kind of appreciate it. Thank you. Please, somebody has to do it. It would kill me. It would kill me to see Starship go the way of a Venture Star or DCX or Space Station Freedom or the National Space Transportation System program or the Saturn Nova. It would kill me to see that happen to Starship. I would die a little bit inside. Right? We don't want that. Now, that's not to say that regulatory stuff didn't kill those programs. but the people that control the regulatory bodies did. So, yeah, we got a little bit of a conundrum here. Or NASP. Oh, God. The list goes on and on, man. Shuttle aft carrier, same thing. STS orbital tug, STS moon base. We could keep going. The dual keel Space Station Freedom attachment, which we said was too complicated and too expensive to make, so build the ISS, which is a neutered version of that instead, because it's safer. See what I'm talking about? SpaceX is rocking the boat, so Starship doesn't go the way of the dodo like any other innovative spaceflight endeavor over the past 50 years. Like I said, they wouldn't shoot their shot unless they absolutely needed to, and I think SpaceX sees this as a critical moment. A critical moment for where we go with commercial space avenues in the future. This is very, very, very important. At least they think it is. I kind of agree. Like I said, I didn't think anything good was going to come of SpaceX calling out the FAA when, like, I didn't realize that, and this is what I mean about this paper that they sent. Up until this point, it just seems like SpaceX was submitting stuff the FAA couldn't keep up, and they launched it anyway in violation of their current license. If that's the case, you got nothing. It's a nothing burger. But that's not what's going on here now, is it? The FAA said it was cool at the time, and then they didn't say it was cool right after that. Not okay. No. They got something. The FAA, dude, the FAA's kind of screwed. You're kind of screwed. Hopefully the best case scenario from this is that the regulatory framework 450, which is their current way to approve commercial launches, gets revised a little bit to be able to deal with increased bandwidth. Here's the problem with that. Regulatory 450 was designed to go fast, and arguably it has. Right? Here's the FAA side of it. Regulatory 450 is designed to go quick. Look at how many times SpaceX has launched an experimental vehicle over the past year. 4 times already. That's really fast for government. That's really fast for the government. And they've been approving almost daily Falcon 9 launches on top of that. There's an argument here that their current framework works. It works pretty well. They just need more people. So that might not even be it. Maybe you don't even need to change stuff. You just need to get more bodies in there. You need to hire more people to deal with this. I mean, because the government's the one that gave FAA this authority in the first place. But it sounds like they gave them the authority, they gave them all the authority, and they gave them all the responsibility, and didn't give them the cash to do it. Yeah, which sounds a lot. That sounds right. Yep, yep. I don't know how I feel about SpaceX going a bit rogue, even for understandable reasons. Because, once again, Aaron, I think Mini B in chat brought up a very good point. What happens when Blue starts submitting paperwork on the daily? For Nuglins, what happens when that happens? It already takes a long time. It's gonna take even longer. Not the worst thing they've done, yeah, right? Yeah, you're not kidding. I guess Gwen now has the same view as Elon when he voiced his concern with the FAA speed like a year back. Yeah, once again, Elon can say whatever he wants. You could say whatever. You could say, I hate this, I hate that. If you don't have any legal standing, not precedent, if you don't have standing, all right, whatever. Frick you. Say whatever you want. You're wrong. But once again, SpaceX wouldn't do this unless they had something, and they absolutely do. That absolutely will hold up. Yeah, you said it was good now, but now it's not? You don't even know what your laws are. What the heck, man? Now, granted, the FAA doesn't know what their laws are because SpaceX submits so many damn changes that they can't keep up. But still, guess what? That's not SpaceX's problem. It's not. Does the FAA license Neutron at Wallops? Yes. I believe the term for that is ex post facto violation, making something illegal after the fact and then prosecuting after the fact. That's very specifically mentioned as illegal for the state to do in Texas. Interesting. If the FAA struggles with hiring talented people because they got siphoned off by better paying private sector, I mean, maybe that's what's going on floating. I don't know. Well, it kind of is SpaceX's problem. Yeah, it's their problem. Now they made it their problem. So you can, once again, if you're gonna do this, if you're gonna shoot at the king, man, you make sure you don't miss. Making up regulations as they go isn't a good thing for anybody. Bingo, Cypher. Like I said, these last two, specifically Section I, right there. That's game, set, and match, dude. Right there. There's I think all these fines are going to get thrown out. I think they're going to get thrown out because the FAA doesn't even know. You don't even know what the law is, and you're saying it's cool, and now it's not cool. Oh yeah. Well, I wouldn't say the frameworks works well, considering they're abdicating the responsibilities to outside agencies when they were explicitly directed to be proactive and develop the capability to be a one-stop shop, go, no-go for commercial space. Yeah, that's a good point, dude. That's a very good point. Absolutely. I mean, Aqualex, we called this out with the second programmatic environmental assessment that just happened to happen out of the blue now. They did a PEA. We were good. The FAA certified a bunch of launches, and then all of a sudden it wasn't between Flight 2 and Flight 3. You remember that? And I asked that question at the time. Why the hell is the Fish and Wildlife Service getting involved here? The FAA is supposed to be your one-stop shop. That was a huge red flag to me. And to us, like, we all saw it, you know? Maybe you and NSF should partner with the FAA to further their recruitment efforts. Now, that's a productive idea I could get behind, Otan, but I'm not sure NSF has that kind of... I'm not sure we have that kind of pull. Maybe. Who knows? It's only game, set, and match if they have the paperwork to affect this... To affect that this guy said yes. They wouldn't write a legal note like this, J-Volt, if they didn't, though, don't you think? I think the bigger issue here is that the FAA has staff specifically for launches in person, and these people are screwing up. Surely... that has to call into the question their ability to, yeah, that I mean, once again, Ray, that's SpaceX's whole case here. The whole case is that the FAA doesn't even know how to do their job correctly. That's what they said. That is the case that they're making. It has been clear for some time that AST lacks the resources to timely review licensing materials, mistakenly focuses its limited resources on areas unrelated to public safety, regulatory scope, and has been unsuccessful in modernizing and streamlining its regulations. That's the case they're trying to make, dude. Well, not exactly, but that's the idea. Yeah. Is it any wonder that we're starting to see development happen in other countries? Look at Dawn and Rocket Lab. Yeah, but Dawn Aerospace and Rocket Lab are American companies that are operating overseas. They're operating with allies, right? With allies to the United States. But all of the big export control stuff happens in the United States. I've seen Rocket Lab's factory. It's in California. It's right by Long Beach Airport. Not to be rude, but why launch when the FAA hasn't approved revised plans? This seems very avoidable from SpaceX's perspective. Yeah, Dr. Gnome, that's why I was saying nothing good is going to come of this, but nothing good is going to come of this, but the FAA doesn't even know what its laws are. So if you don't know what your laws are, and we're submitting stuff to you to get approval, and you don't know what it is, how do we know you're not selectively enforcing the law? That's the idea here. Now, once again, I still think SpaceX is on the hook for some of this cash, specifically when they just decided to launch without, they submitted the old approval and then they launched when the new approval communications plan was still under review. So they submitted the old one and said, look, we submitted the old one, and launched it anyway. Yeah, that's still your problem. That's not the FAA's problem. But here's the thing: during that launch, during that same, I'd have to go back and read. During the same launches, there was an FAA guy on console that said it was fine. So that tells me that the FAA is not doing their job communicating their updated law to everybody. So that's the FAA's problem now too. Like, I thought it was going one way. I thought like it was going in favor of just the FAA needs more money. But now, see what I'm talking about? Like, them going slow and taking their time because they don't have the resources is causing other problems. They're trying to cover up their own tail. People, you can't look, man. The FAA can make the argument that SpaceX is going too fast and we can't approve it fast enough. That's fair. I think that's totally fair on the FAA's part. However, you have people that work for you that don't even know what your law is. So that inexperience or leadership or management structure here, the management structure doesn't work. And it seems like SpaceX forcing the issue on this and launching without a license anyway kind of exposed these problems inadvertently. Look, man, the FAA can say it takes time, but everybody has to say that. Everyone at the FAA, especially people in positions to approve a launch or not. Look. If they did that launch allegedly without their license, and the FAA guy was there and he said, look, you don't have the license for this, man. You don't have the license. It's not approved yet. You can't launch. That's one thing. But that's not what happened. The guy said it was good to go, and it wasn't good to go. Big problem. Big problem. And if I had to guess, it seems like the FAA knew this. It seems like they knew that this was an issue. Because remember that Senate Judiciary Committee meeting from last week? All the guy that was running the FAA said is that SpaceX goes too fast. SpaceX goes too fast. SpaceX goes too fast. That's all he said. He didn't mention anything about that. I just spent 9 hours on Satisfactory. Now what? Hermit, sleep, and then play more Satisfactory. Duh. I think there's a dude on console. They're empowered or not. Hypocrisy. Bingo. Like I said, Bob, I've been saying this since this whole SpaceX FAA thing came around. At first, it was with the wastewater at Starbase, but now apparently it's with Falcon 9 as well, right? SpaceX, they have a legal standard. They have a point here that all of the FAA's fines and all of the FAA's holdups to Starship, Falcon 9, prop farms, whatever, are because of selective enforcement. That's a big deal. Now, here's the thing. I don't know enough about legal to know what you do about this. So SpaceX is going to sue the FAA. What happens? And this is where I'm confused. And maybe you guys can help me with this. What happens now? They sue the FAA, they sue Uncle Sam, and they win. SpaceX has done that before, so has Blue. Every aerospace contractor has done that, and they either win or they lose, right? Say they do it and they win. What happens now? You sue the FAA. So now the money that was going to the FAA to approve you for launches is going to, it's now in your pocket, and now the FAA can't approve launches faster? Where does that money come from? Because obviously they're seeking damages, right? That's what that's called, damages. Right? What happens here? What's the point of this? I think, what are they going to settle? I think SpaceX, the only way that SpaceX comes out positive here is if this legal proceeding changes the regulatory framework so they can launch faster. And once again, they wouldn't do that unless they absolutely needed to. They will sue for regulatory changes, not money. The hope is to shine a very public light on the issue to embarrass Congress into action. I like it. Gone Hellfish basically said the same thing, but very different. Are they? Or are they seeking to get the fines tossed and shine a light on the issue? I think it's the latter, Oculus, yeah. They don't have to make money, but win the precedent. Yeah, there you go. The prize is having the rules spelled out firmly. Bingo. Wasn't the latest with Starship what the impact was on the hot staging landing zone to wildlife or something? That's one of them, McCoriot. Yeah, the FAA is saying that the hot staging rig coming down in the relative area of the booster needs to be studied, even though the area where the booster comes down was approved because it was safe enough. Even though the hot staging ring comes down in the exact same spot because it's flying on the same ballistic arc. Remember, no supersonic retro propulsion with super heavy, so it came down in the same splashdown area. SpaceX thinks that's bullcrap. What's the difference if the hot staging ring is attached to super heavy or not? The likelihood of it actually hitting an endangered species and killing it is infinitesimally small. Like, the ocean's a big place. Look, man, if you approved this 220-foot booster to come back down and potentially crash into the water, a little single-story hot staging ring coming down right next to it is not going to endanger the fish anymore. I kind of agree with them. But if you don't have the launch licenses and you don't have the paperwork to say that, it doesn't freaking matter. That was one of them. The other one was wastewater discharge from the pad deluge system. But you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, right? Exactly. Florida hasn't had many endangered species hurt over 50 plus years of launches. I think that's a very good point, people. And I think that SpaceX probably has that in their deck of cards here to play. But, yeah. Interesting. As much as I agree that the FAA needs funding, NASA gets told to kick rocks when they need more funds to meet their targets with their budget. Why should the FAA be treated any different? Ray, let me use a term you're probably familiar with. It's because the government is a bunch of wankers. Okay? Does that make sense? Look, just because it's across the pond doesn't change it. That's the same idea. Okay? Wankers. W anchor emoji. Okay? Wankers is. It's possessive. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wankers. What a great Aussie word. Yeah, right. There you go. Yep, or old farts. I mean, go with that one too. Pick your derogatory funny word, you know. Elon tweet on the letter. Oh boy. He's tweeting about it right now? Elon, are you watching? I agree with you. Let me tour Starbase. Call me. Call. Maybe. call me, maybe. Oh, he did. Oh boy. That's a weird coincidence. That's a little strange. What are the odds of that? I mean, he's tweeting 24/7. Yeah, I know. It's probably just a coincidence. But also, what is he saying? SpaceX letter to Congress. This is SpaceX letter to Congress. The FAA leadership spends their resources attacking SpaceX for petty matters that have nothing to do with safety while neglecting the real safety issues. Oh! This is deeply wrong and puts human lives at risk. Oh, oh my God. NASA deemed the Boeing capsule unsafe for astronaut return, turning out of necessity to SpaceX. Yet instead of fining Boeing for putting astronauts at risk, the FAA is fining SpaceX for trivia. Oh my God, bro, brother. Dude, what a savage. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Call an
this is space.
ambulance.
I'm in space.
But not for him. Oh my God. Oh my God. All systems gifted a Sunday. Oh my God. Yeah, I know, Ray. We gotta be careful. Oh my goodness. I mean, John struck the bondulins. Spicy whataboutery. It really is, Bill. Like, I kind of agree with what I saw in that legal letter that SpaceX definitely has something here. Like I said, selective enforcement of the law is not cool. Not good. Government should be held accountable for that. But also, I'm not sure if bringing up Starliner is the right thing to do, but he has uber jocularity. I mean, but then again, you know, I don't know enough about regulatory framework to self-admittedly, I don't know enough about regulatory framework to know if the Boeing, what happened with the dog box thrusters, which I could have told you we're gonna have an issue. If I had known that they had an issue on flight 2, I would have said, what have you done to fix that? Like, you don't know if that's within the same regulatory framework. It could be. It's possible. That's right. The FAA did clear Boeing's manned launch with the thruster issues, didn't they? NASA launch, yes, but it still takes an FAA sign off. That's what I'm saying, Aqualex. Yeah, I think, dude, he might be onto something. Because, and here's the reason. Now that I'm really thinking about it, here's the reason. It seems like kind of whataboutery for a second. You're like, well, Starliner is a whole different thing. It's not a super experimental launch vehicle. But then again, it's a crew test flight. It is a test flight, so. But once again, those problems that they had with the thrusters, the thruster degradation, basically the thrusters overheating.
Oh, this is space.
Dan,
I'm in space.
the problems Boeing didn't launch it, ULA did. Still need to get certification, peeps. All right? Yeah, I mean, you're not going to bark up Tory Bruno's tree. Atlas V is one of the safest vehicles ever devised by man. The thing is, though, look, they had problems. They had problems with their thrusters on the first and second mission. They had thruster degradation on the first mission because OFT-1 was a disaster. And I'm amazed we even got Calypso back in one piece. That's still pretty wild. And OFT-2. Now, granted, they had thruster blowout at a different phase in the mission, right? And the mission was still allowed to go forward. Boeing's analytical thermal model was completely wrong. And the signs were there to see that the thrusters could have blown out. Meaning they changed something between Flight 2 and Flight 3, so OFT-2 and CFT-1. They changed something with their thruster control system that caused their thrusters to blow out at a different time because of the duty cycle. How did that get approved? Like I said, guys, when you, in engineering, you build something. You do an analytical model, but analytical models are only going to get you so far. You can only be so accurate with your simulations and testing. Nothing is going to replace the real thing. Even aerospace engineers, with all the numbers and all the wind tunnel testing, you can't be absolutely sure until you go and fly it, right? Here's the thing. When you go to fly it, once you move to flight ops, right? It's about understanding your vehicle and understanding how it works from there, right? The engineering is always going to tell you something. It's always going to tell you something. It's going to tell you, hey, I'm good, or hey, I'm not good. Having thruster blowout on Flight 1 and Flight 2 for Starliner and seemingly not doing anything about it for Flight 3 is a big red flag in Boeing's testing regime, which is approved by the FAA. Just saying, he's not wrong. Like, I get it. I see where he's coming from. He's not wrong. Like, you could call him a dick, sure, if you want, but he's not wrong. I think he's got a point. I could be wrong. This satisfactory base is insane. Sorry for off topic. Is that the one that I showed at the beginning of stream? The 3,000 plus hours one? Yeah, the one that's basically the exact thing that I wanted to make, Sea Kraken, the freaking Epcot factory. Yeah, somebody already did that. Whoops. Random. The resume of the SpaceX vice president that wrote the letter: program manager, Department of Army, 5 years, intelligence officer, U.S. Navy Reserve, 10 years, and SpaceX, 14 years. That's the SpaceX is legal. So, Phil, I think it's safe to say that that guy knows how to wade through the nonsense. I don't agree with Boeing being fined, but I do think a mishap investigation should be triggered. Sure, NASA stopped them coming back down, but with issues on the way up, it should have. I don't think Boeing should be fined, right? I really don't. But remember, Ray, his point here is the matters have nothing to do with safety. You know what I mean? That's the whole idea. They don't care about safety. Boeing had all the right paperwork, and the capsule still broke. It has nothing to do with safety. That's what he said, right? Am I sorry, I wasn't here at the start of the stream. Sea Kraken, okay, shift gears real quick. That build is dope. Yeah, that is essentially exactly what I wanted to make, though. So now I have to rethink my plans for Satisfactory. Not by much. It's not exactly what I wanted to do, but it's pretty damn close. But even if I tried to make that same damn thing, it'll be fine. Trust me. Vabtory will succeed. Anyway. No, you don't. Just do it. Yeah. All right. Shut up. CFT isn't here. It wasn't granted by the FAA, but by another entity. Interesting, MX. Interesting. But yeah, that's what he's saying here. He's saying that, you know, the matters have nothing to do with safety while neglecting the real safety risk. Basically, the FAA doesn't know what to look for. Once again, selective enforcement. Now, here's the thing. What people are going to look at when they read what Elon says is that, oh, it's selective enforcement because the government doesn't like you, right? That's what they're going to say. The reality of the situation is that it's selective enforcement because the FAA doesn't know. They don't know. And this is the thing that I've been telling you guys since this whole fiasco happened. I've been saying this through the programmatic environmental assessments. I've been saying it through PAA1, PAA2, the EIS, that CNBC article that came out a couple months ago, the wastewater discharge, the hot staging ring. I've been saying this the entire time. Like, I wish I had the space news as documented. I should have teed them up, and that's on me. You're going to have to take my word for it. I've been saying that what the hell does the FAA know about certifying a commercial spaceport? I think they're using Starbase and they're using Starship as a way to establish the regulatory framework in the future for building commercial spaceports. Because what the hell do they know about it? They know nothing because they're the FAA. Right? That's what I've been saying. They're intentionally going slow because they don't know, and they're trying to cover their tail. You know, you don't want to be the company that approved Starship to fly and then Starship veers off and flies into a populated area. God forbid, right? Because then you're screwed. So you're going to try to cover your own tail. But it seems like they can't even do that because of selective enforcement. Because sometimes it's cool and sometimes it's not. You guys don't even know what your laws are. Inexperience again. See what I'm saying? And SpaceX sounds like, from what they're saying, from what Elon's saying, that they were rolling with the pudges that get it. They don't know. They're teaching them. They're learning. They're working together. But finding them over $500,000 because you don't know what you're doing is bullcrap. Right? Pretty straightforward stuff. See what I'm saying? I think that's what's going on, and I think that's the most fair assessment that I can come up with. However, I also have been saying that, and I've been saying, I sound like a broken record this entire space news. SpaceX wouldn't do this unless they had some standard. Selective enforcement is a huge case against the FAA to support what SpaceX is saying. They wouldn't make a fuss like this unless they had something, and they have something. Heck, sometimes not necessarily contextual to this situation, but sometimes it's okay to you make a legal fuss even when you don't have something to slow somebody down, right? I don't think that's what SpaceX is doing here, but the other thing to go with my last is that the FAA hasn't proposed any regulatory changes to improve the process since that one a few years ago. Yep. They're dragging their feet because they don't know. They don't know what to change, Hellfish. They don't know what to change because they don't know what they're doing. Dude, that's the gist of it. I think we boiled this down in a crucible of internetness to reduce it to its base element. That's what's going on. The FAA doesn't know what they're doing, and they have to go slow because they have to make sure they cover their own tail because they don't have the money to be able to handle this bandwidth, nor do they know how to scale to this either. That's the reality of the situation. That's it, man. Also, hi Elon, if you're watching the stream, love SpaceX. Seriously, been following for a long time. You're the man. Good stuff. Please give me a tour. Starbase. Hi. Let alone scale beyond this. Yeah, McCory, exactly. Yep. He's a joke. Just kid. Elon said in an interview something like, in government, you get punished for making a mistake, but zero reward for innovation or efficiency. Mm-hmm. Yep. Tell him to stay off Twitter and out of politics. Yeah, Wiz, I mean, I don't know, man. Do I agree with everything the guy says? No. Does the things that I disagree with, I disagree with bother me? No, not really. He's allowed to speak his mind, dude. I get the implications. I understand. Yeah. Do I think that's right? I don't know. I'm not him. Can't stop him from speaking his mind, dude. Like, you can disagree with it, though. That's fair. Yeah, of course. I was looking at one of the previous links. Why does the FAA need to approve launches out of New Zealand? Because it's an American company. Don't get me wrong, Nova. They work pretty much in lockstep with whatever the New Zealand FAA equivalent is, for sure. Absolutely. I don't understand, like, the first bit of it basically admits we should have gotten approval from you, but we took too long, so we launched anyways. Yeah, like I said, Lols, that part, I think that part SpaceX is on the hook for. Abso-freaking-lutely. It seems like SpaceX made a calculated decision to launch without the specific regulatory approval. But SpaceX knows good and well that it's going to be fine, right? But you still don't have approval. And in doing that, they expose the FAA, showing that the FAA doesn't know how to enforce their own laws. I think that's what happened here. I'm pretty damn sure. They forced their hand, basically. Now, once again, I think SpaceX is on the hook for launching, doing... Hold on. I think SpaceX is on the hook for doing this. They're still on the hook for launching without the proper regulatory license. But selective enforcement of the law could get that and the other infractions thrown out completely. So they kind of forced their hand. They forced the FAA's hand because they were not. It seems like in 2023 they had enough of their nonsense, or perceived nonsense, I should say. Read it again. SpaceX returned to a previous plan so they could launch. Yeah, but the FAA was still trying to approve the first plan, so they didn't. The FAA doesn't have the bandwidth to revert to the old plan and then try to approve the new plan at the same time. They basically flooded them with paperwork and got nothing as a result. Is that the right direction, though? I don't know. I don't have the answer, game. CFT was regulated by NASA. Interesting. The timing couldn't be better. We got
In recent history, the FAA has required an anomaly
That's my boy right there. That's my boy. Sorry, it played twice. Give me 1 second. Let's see what Das is up to. Guys, also, go watch this video and subscribe to NSF, please. Let's get the views on this video up because it's Das. It's probably a damn good explanation. Go pad that view count. Do it. I'm serious. Open it up in the background. Go give them clicks. NSF's good people. They are allies in this web of space news that we weave.
In recent history, the FAA has required an anomaly investigation for SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket on 2 separate occasions. When are they going to do the same for Starliner? Well, that's actually a good question, and a lot of you have been asking that in the YouTube comments. We do read the comments. And at first, I didn't know the answer, so I sat down with the FAA to help unravel the process. It's not the entire FAA that we're talking to. That's not how it works. But we've actually got Dan Murray, who's the executive director with the Operation of Operational Safety. Dan, that's a mouthful. What does that actually mean? Like, what do you do with the FAA?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Dude, this is awesome.
To you and your listeners. I'm with the FAA's Office of Commercial Space Transportation. We're one of several we call lines of business within the FAA. We serve as regulators in this instance to the commercial space transportation industry. And the way we go about doing that is by issuing licenses for commercial companies to launch or re-enter their vehicles or to operate a site.
You can tell I had my interview headset on. So let's hop right in. On July 11th, SpaceX's Falcon 9 was grounded after a problem with the second stage ended up in the loss of the mission. Now, time out already. We're apparently not supposed to use the term grounded.
We hear from time to time, sometimes in the media, that a rocket is grounded. That's more of an aviation term. We don't have fleets of rockets like there are fleets of certain types of aircraft. And we don't ground, but what we do is we hold on to the license while the investigation proceeds. There's a chance that the investigation can, again, demonstrate that safety was not in jeopardy with what happened. And at that point, we can issue a return to flight. And we have done that a number of times.
You may have heard of aircraft being grounded when there's a problem that prevents the entire class of aircraft from flying. But if it's not grounded, what's it supposed to be for rockets? To try and figure it out, I actually pulled up Title 14, Chapter 3, Commercial Space Transportation for the Federal Aviation Administration. I searched for the word ground, and I found ground trace, ground service equipment, ground safety analysis, grounding when it comes to electronics and lightning, but I didn't find anything that used the word ground, grounded, or grounding in reference to stopping a rocket from flying. I can put a link in the description if you want to search for yourself. So I actually backed out to Title 51 of the U.S. Code, Section 509, which establishes the FAA's ability to do these things. And I found the Secretary of Transportation may prohibit, suspend, or end immediately the launch of a launch vehicle. Well, none of those said grounding, and I eventually found myself thinking no disassemble afterwards, but that's a whole other story. So I reached out to the FAA for clarification, and they told me the launch provider may not return to flight. Now, what's the real difference between not being able to return to flight and being grounded? I don't know. But if I keep saying grounded in this video, please forgive me. It's just because I don't have a better term to use, and that sort of sums it up in one easy word. The rocket can't fly. Or more specifically, the rocket's not allowed to fly. Anyways, back to that Falcon 9 anomaly in July. After the anomaly investigation was initiated, SpaceX returned to flight on July 27th. That's an elapsed time of 15 days, 3 hours, and 10 minutes liftoff to liftoff. It's pretty fast. When they returned to flight, they were able to do so because of a FAA public safety determination, which basically just determined that the public safety wasn't in jeopardy due to that anomaly, so they could continue flying while they continued the investigation. And as far as I know, that mishap investigation is ongoing. But then again, on August 28th, a landing anomaly grounded Falcon 9 again. In that instance, Falcon 9 returned to flight 2 days, 23 hours, and 55 minutes liftoff to liftoff after the anomaly. And you thought 2 weeks was fast. Now, the same thing there. The public safety determination found that the public wasn't really unsafe due to that anomaly, so Falcon 9 could very rapidly return to flight. And that brings us to Starliner. On June 5th, Starliner launched for the third time, this time with crew aboard. During this mission, Starliner encountered all sorts of problems, primarily with the thrusters, overheating and seals not working the way they're supposed to. The purpose of this video isn't to dig into the details of Starliner's problems. We'll all agree it had problems that need to be figured out. Now, even though there were crew aboard, Starliner got the astronauts to the International Space Station just fine, for certain values of fine. I mean, the astronauts themselves were okay. So even though they made it there safely, with the problems that occurred and the lack of explanation on exactly why those problems occurred, NASA felt like it didn't need to take the risk and send the astronauts back down to Earth on the Starliner.
And I can tell you, when you push the edge of the envelope again and you do things with spacecraft that have never been done before, just like Starliner, you're going to find some things. And in this case, we found some things that we just could not get comfortable with putting us back in the Starliner when we had other options.
Yep.
So Starliner, with no astronauts aboard, undocks from the ISS and returns to Earth safely at White Sands Space Harbor. Now, again, there were a couple problems on the way down, some more thruster problems, an issue with a navigation, reboot, or loss of signal, which can be pretty important for a spacecraft that's trying to land, but it did come down just fine.
Siggies are in triple redundancy for a good reason. Oh, Tommy Hilfiger.
So
Oh, boy,
Starliner
that's great. Did you see that? Here, buy this. Not.
It back, given the fact that it left the astronauts on the space station and had all these issues over the course of the mission, is Starliner going to be grounded? I mean, there were no people aboard the Falcon 9s and it couldn't fly, but Starliner had crew aboard. What's going to happen? Well, top of the pile, one of the big things that you might realize is the difference between the rocket and the spacecraft. In the case of Falcon 9, Falcon 9 is the launch system, and Dragon is the spacecraft that is launched by that launch system. For Starliner, Atlas V was the launch system, and Starliner was the spacecraft. So there's an important point here about where specifically the problem occurred. Was it the launcher or was it the spacecraft? In the case of Falcon 9, both problems were with the launch system itself. Either the second stage, which pushed the payload the rest of the way into orbit, or the first stage, which on occasion returns back to the launch site. So we really need to understand what's going on with those landings.
I like that.
In the case of the Starliner, the issues were firmly on Starliner's side, not on Atlas V. So in this case specifically, Atlas V wouldn't be affected, but Starliner might be. On the flip side, if Falcon 9 is grounded, realistically, Dragon is also grounded. And that's not for any licensing or regulation reason. It's just because Dragon is only designed to launch on Falcon 9. So in this case, a problem with the launcher could affect the ability to launch a spacecraft. All right. Beyond that, I think we can all agree that launching rockets safely is a very important thing. So the question becomes, who is responsible for the safety on any given launch? And that actually comes down to who the launch is for. In the United States, it could be NASA, it could be the Department of Defense, or it could be the FAA. I mean, the FAA comes right out and says the FAA does not license launches or reentries by and for the United States government. Now, this goes all the way back to 1984 when the Commercial Space Launch Act began to separate the concept of commercial launches from governmental launches or military launches. In fact, the first commercial launch was in 1989. It was a Starfire suborbital vehicle that was licensed there. But if you look at the big NASA launcher that operated all those years, the Space Shuttle, none of the Space Shuttle missions were managed by the FAA. They were all managed by NASA. And some military satellites, like spy satellites, NROL, that sort of stuff, you'll see actually get the responsibility from the Department of Defense. So this was all fine in the 90s and 2000s when the launch cadence was sort of like doing its thing. But look at today, where the launch cadence has literally gone in the stratosphere. I mean, technically goes through the stratosphere, but whatever. The important thing is that somebody has to be responsible for making sure we're doing the launches in a safe manner. But does it actually happen this way? Well, You can look for yourself. If you look down in the description or over in the comments, you'll actually find a link to the FAA's Commercial Space Transportation Data website. You can click through it yourself. You can look through all the different licenses and counts and stuff all the way back to 1989 through the present launches that are launching right now. So let's go through an exercise here. You can do it yourself or I'll do it here. Look through the webpage and see if you can't find Inspiration 4. It's a pretty solidly commercial space mission, right? There it is. You can see that it was licensed by the FAA. All right, let's try a crew mission like SpaceX Crew 7. Also there, licensed by the FAA. But wait, you might say, wasn't that a mission for NASA? Good point. Hold on, we'll explain it. Now let's look up Dragon Demo 1. Is Dragon Demo 1 in this database? It's not. That one wasn't licensed by the FAA. So some things we can talk about there. But first, let's mosey on over and look at the re-entries. Yep, the re-entries are there as well. Can you find Starliner there? Nope. But how about Polaris Dawn? There it is.
Winnebago 1's on there. All right.
But here's a real doozy, right? Remember the crew capsule Orion? Supposed to fly on SLS, go around the moon, part of the Artemis program. But its first demo flight wasn't actually aboard SLS. It was on a Delta IV Heavy. Do you think that's going to be on the list or not? Interestingly, even though this Orion flight was aboard a United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket for a NASA mission, it was a commercial provider testing a system that they would use for NASA. It wasn't actually for NASA, so that one was licensed by the FAA. Take a minute and think about how that would apply to maybe Starship and its role in the Artemis program. So anyways, by clicking around the FAA website, you can see what launches and what reentries they're actually licensing, and ones you might think would be in there that aren't actually in there because somebody else has responsibility for the safety on that mission. Plus, it's kind of cool to see the increased launch cadence, the little ramp on the graph there at the end in recent years. As a space fan, that's nice to see. Now, I will point out that even if the FAA doesn't license a launch, they still help with the launch process. I mean, think about the notice to air missions and clearing the airspace so that maybe a NASA licensed launch can launch through airspace that's been cleared by the FAA, even though the FAA is not licensing that mission. So they can still be involved and they can still assist with the launch process, even though they're not the ones sort of in charge of the safety. In fact, they actually said FAA does provide airspace integration for launch and reentry as we do for all licensed and non-licensed space operations occurring in the U.S. National Airspace System. Sounds very official. But it's a whole thing making sure commercial flight patterns aren't going through launch zones when it's time to launch rockets.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
But that leads me to a really interesting question. If somebody needs to be responsible for safety, and it can be NASA, or it can be the DoD, or it can be the FAA, who gets to decide? I mean, does NASA just roll up and say, nah, we got this, we're gonna go ahead and certify this one? Well, actually, yeah, that's kind of how it works. The top-level agencies, NASA and the Department of Defense, sort of have like a first option to sponsor or take responsibility for the safety of a launch. And if they don't take that responsibility, then it falls to the FAA to make sure that somebody's on the watch looking out for public safety. Yeah. But don't take my word for it. Here's Dan from the FAA helping explain it to me.
Oh boy, that's great. Oh, Cadillac.
Basically, the question comes down is who is overseeing the public safety? We don't need duplication. We don't need multiple agencies all looking at the same thing. Only one agency needs to do it. And DoD can do it, NASA can do it, we can do it. But there's kind of an agreement with regard to the way the service is being procured, where we decide it's commercial, it's FAA, or it's not going to be commercial, it's DoD or NASA.
Does NASA get to decide, like, okay, no, this is a NASA rocket, we don't need the FAA for that one, or do they ask the FAA, hey, do we need you for this one? Like, who makes that decision ultimately?
It's the DoD or NASA deciding very early on, usually, in the life of the program, that they either want to be responsible for the safety oversight of it, or they're willing to let the FAA do that.
Now, if you keep digging around for regulations, you might find some things that are sort of outside the focus of this video. Like, did you know that in order to be the pilot of a spacecraft, you actually need to have a pilot's license with an instrument rating? And also, the FAA has some regulations around making sure that passengers are trained on safety systems if they're riding aboard a spacecraft. But the thing I want to focus on is who's responsible for looking after the safety. So let's dig into some specifics, right? Let's go over to the Dragon demo flights.
Okay. Guys, here's the thing. I want you guys to go watch the rest of that video. So I'm going to load it up with the timestamp there in both chats, and I want you guys to go. You want to see the rest of that video? Go over to NSF. Go over and watch, see what Das has to say. Yeah, that pretty much puts the whole Starliner thing to bed, because it was a NASA mission. It's not under FAA jurisdiction. They can launch with different safety standards, which, once again, I'm not... that's a little... I mean, that's kind of a glaring question. Why does NASA and the Department of Defense have different safety standards than everyone else? That's selective enforcement, right? But that's not really the intention of that. But also, see what I'm talking about? Yeah. Oh, thank you, J-Cell. Right on. America. Yeah. What do you think? That's cool that seeing Das get to talk to FAA people. That's actually super legit. Or like, why does NASA pick to certify the Boeing mission but not the SpaceX mission? Yeah, guys, there's a lot of information. We've shown a lot of information over the past hour and a half here on this stream. I think I changed my opinion again on this. I said previously that 450 regulatory framework seems to be good enough because we've gotten an increased launch cadence. No. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and rescind that because I'm learning with you guys. Yeah. Yep. Nope. Sounds like a hot mess. Yep. Yep. Okay. I mean, that does kind of support, Mech, that does support what I was saying, that the FAA is, I'm not going to say they don't know what they're doing because, right? Like, but it's very clear that what they are doing needs to be changed. That's pretty straightforward stuff. I'm telling you, Federal Space Administration, that seems, yeah. Yeah, Hellfish, it very, very much seems like that's what we need. We need a, we need a regulatory authority that's one-stop shop. That's not the FAA. It needs to be specialized for commercial space application. And because the testing regimes for rockets are not similar to planes, yeah, it needs its own thing. It needs a spinoff. Like, yeah, yeah. I don't even like the idea of the DoD having their own one-stop shop for cost alone. Yeah, Bob, I'm not sure how I feel about that. NASA can just, I mean, they are shouldering the responsibility. If it hurts somebody, it's entirely on them. Same with the DoD. It's kind of self-policing in that regard. Now, my question back would be, why can't SpaceX be self-policing? Like an honest question. Why can't you do that? Why can't your commercial providers be self-policing? If you say it's safe, you take responsibility for your actions, right? That should self-enforce itself, right? No one's going to do something super dumb, and if they do, you're going to get held accountable. I think that makes a lot more sense. It makes more sense to do it that way. You don't think you agree with that one? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Needs oversight? That's dumb as freak. Oh, yeah? Well, it's fine it's fine when the DoD does it. It's fine when NASA does it. Oh, that seems to be a very spicy take. I'm seeing a lot of dissenting opinions here. Have you ever seen a billionaire go to jail, though? Have you ever seen a government official go to jail? Works both ways, dude, right? Jack Ma. That was funny. You ever been to a Turkish bathhouse? maybe they aren't a government entity. I don't know, just thinking out loud, you know? That's pretty awesome, Forge. I'm from Chicago. Yes. Man, I want to say something. Yeah, that's what I mean, man. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Like, guys, I guess we've talked about this pretty clear. Some people have some opinions on something. Some people have some opinions on some other things. Here's where I'm at. I'm just gonna wait and see what happens here, dude. I don't know. Maybe something good comes of this, maybe not. But I think a glaring thing here is that I guess the question to ask is SpaceX being whiny about this, which I don't think they are, because some of these payloads are pretty time sensitive for the Department of Defense and NASA, the people that can launch without just say, yeah, we'll take responsibility for this, right? Like, if there's a commercial partner that's beholden to these launches, right? That's beholden to safety for these launches, even though they're for a NASA mission to deliver a NASA contract on time, especially if there's money for completing the contract on time. I think there's something here, right? You can't slow them down. Like, that's, that's a little strange, Forge, but anyway. NASA should be certifying HLS test flights and such. But Shah, I think there's a pretty good, you can make a pretty good case for every Starship flight being vital for HLS testing. Right? See what I'm saying? Seems like today is International Talk Like a Pirate Day. Nice. Authorities often driven by the funding. If NASA funds the event, the FAA will step away per their own policy. Same with the DoD. Yeah, interesting. Great video from NSF, guys. Yeah. Interesting. Yes, but NASA's buying the HLS as a customer. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. J-Volt, and everybody else, can I just add something? Can I just add that, you know how I've been saying this is a complete kind of tangent, but it's still somehow pertinent, or at least you guys let me know. How I'm thinking about this is, well, guess what? This is another good case for why NASA should have their own redundant launch capability that is completely different than SpaceX. But they need to be on par with SpaceX, right? This is a pretty damn good reason as to why. Because now you have mission critical hardware that is in the way because of differential safety regulations between regulatory bodies, right? That's in the way of a national space program. Do you think, this is a completely separate note, I think this is a pretty damn good case explanation for why NASA should have a Falcon 9 of their own. Or an Ares 1 or something. Just pick something, right? Like, yeah, not SLS. Like, here's the thing. Even SLS, I don't have a problem with SLS. Like, I really don't. My problem with SLS is that it doesn't fly enough and it needs a better upper stage. That's my problem. The core stage and the 5-segment boosters is great. That's a great starting point. But that's the problem. It's a starting point. What the hell are you going to do with that? It has a Delta 4 stage on top and an Orion capsule. What are you going to do? That's good enough. That's good for giving joyrides around the moon. That's not a space program, right? I think there's a very good case here for why NASA should have their own redundant equipment that they operate to be able to shoulder the risk. Because, look, commercial is going to be, there's no way, like you guys said it yourself, there's no way commercial is going to be self-policing. There's no way the government's going to allow that to happen. See what I'm saying? Like, I think that's fair. And Jack just sent me this picture. I like that. What is that? 71, 72, 72 C20, long box. Oh, yeah. Smaller, yet more bed space than any modern pickup. Sig, there's a reason why I like old trucks. You know why I like old trucks? They're utilitarian. It's not a luxury vehicle with a pickup bed. I don't like new trucks. I don't like them. I don't like them. That's a truck. That's how you truck. And that's a Chevy. I'm a Ford guy. I said, that's how you truck. From now on, you truck like that. Yeah. I'm going to ask them, excuse me, when metal print that's truck. Thank you, Jack, for this picture. You're the man. Truck is a tool, not a toy. I'm also a tool, so that's why I like trucks. It makes sense. Yeah, cell phone, I get it. But also, look, spaceships and fine automobiles at the same time, boy. I tell you what, that's damn nice. That's a damn nice truck there. You ever look at non-American pickups? I like all pickup trucks, Sig. Yeah, you heard it, Mr. Big American Pickup Truck over here. I love K-trucks. K-trucks are are amazing. I would own a K-truck if it wasn't freaking illegal. Ugh. Anyway. K-trucks are amazing. That's a little tiny truck. I like the little baby truck. I like that. I want a K-truck. K-trucks are amazing. K-trucks, Hilux, hell yeah, man. Yep. Frick you, chicken tax. Yep. But anyway, yeah, guys, no, it's very clear that something that, guys, I'll be honest with you. I've been trying with, okay, so trucks aside, regarding the whole SpaceX with the FAA thing, I've been trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure it out. I kind of understand that SpaceX has some arguments. I very much understand the FAA has some arguments. I'm not weighing in on this. Like, I kind of think that SpaceX is right, but also they only were able to expose this by forcing the FAA's hand. So I'm not going to weigh in on this one. I'm just going to show you what happened. You guys figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the spicy take here is to be like, okay. Also, it's also a little strange that Elon just tweeted about the exact thing we were talking about at the exact time we were talking about it. That's a little weird. When's the Fiat Panda getting pulled into the garage and converted into a flatbed then? Why would you ruin a Fiat Panda by doing that? I just want a Fiat Panda. Ray, I don't even know if those things are legal over here. They might not be. I don't want to think for myself. You got to get me out of here. I can't make decisions. I'm a politician. We have the Fiat Panda X. It's called the Jeep Renegade. What? That's a Fiat Panda? No. It is. It is. Oh, God. Oh, God, no. You can buy a K-truck. They are legal except on interstate highways. J-Volt, the only way to get anywhere useful is on our terrible highways in this state. Oh God. No, I don't want that Fiat Panda. That's a bloated joke of a vehicle compared to the original Panda. Where's that shot of that dude in the mountains? All right, this is good too. Look at, it's such a great vehicle. Look at all this stuff you can fit in this tiny little car. Look at how happy that lady is being able to put the chair in the trunk. She's so happy. Look at this guy. He's got a big elephant. You got a big elephant. You can just put that right in the back of it. It's great. It's great. It's perfect. Look at that. It's 4x4. It's amazing. It's fantastic. Look at how happy she is. No one's ever looked that happy loading their car up with stuff. It looks like something you'd see in Workers. Oh God, we shouldn't we? What's that? 40 horsepower? It doesn't matter, dude. It's all-wheel drive. That thing, it's not all-wheel drive. It's 4x4. It's a 4x4. That's amazing. You know what else has 4 legs that's all-wheel drive? My doggy. Titan, you're all-wheel drive, right? Yeah. Yeah?
They all go forward.
I don't think you have any reverse, buddy.
Not really. Maybe. Hey, Titan, can you back up? Back up. Oh, look at that, you do.
You can back up. You went in reverse. Good job, buddy. He's like, what are these humans doing right now? Titan is here, and Brimo.
Titan is here. I think he's starting to think that every time he wakes up, he gets to go outside.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe that's why he's waking us up at 5 a.m. Like, hey.
Hey, I should be outside.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this. I just woke up.
Yeah.
Oh, did you bring me the sun? Did you bring me the sun? Oh, good boy. He's a good boy. Oh, why'd you let go? I hit myself in the face. Oh, good boy. Good boy. He's good puppers. They're good puppers. They're good puppers.
Titan's not going to TwitchCon, no.
Oh. Yeah, he's a good boy. There you go. You got the sun. He brought me the sun. He did bring me the sun, and now he's eating it.
Titan did a good job at the dog park. He was a little scared, but I think if we keep going back, he'll be good.
There you go.
Yeah?
That's good.
Yeah?
Good boy-o. He's a good boy.
He is a good boy.
There's a 2024 Fiat Panda.
What?
Ugh. Bree, do you like that car? What do you mean, What do you mean? It's a Fiat Panda. It's amazing.
I don't like the square. It reminds me of my parents' Escort in the 90s.
What's wrong with an Escort?
Nothing's wrong with it. It just like it's like my childhood, and I'm like it doesn't appeal to me.
Oh.
Can Titan bring me the Horizon? I should really have an emo kid joke prepared for that, and I don't.
Well, what about that?
That's kind of cute.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a little baby pickup truck.
I thought I heard something about Massachusetts allowing these little baby trucks lately.
I want if that becomes legal, I want one.
I think they are letting you register them now as work vehicles.
I want one.
I think.
It's awesome.
This is not legal advice.
I know. I want, and the sides fold down.
Oh,
the sides fold down.
The sides fold down, Titan.
It's amazing. I want it, and it could fit in the pickup bed of our other pickup trucks. It's great. It's like a Matryoshka pickup truck doll. It's fantastic.
Get her a cappuccino. Thank you for picking up. Of course, I know that reference. I heard that Warped Tour might be making a comeback, which means I might drag EJ there, but we'll see. I honestly probably wouldn't bring you. I'd bring somebody. I have in mind who I would go with, but I'm waiting for more details.
Yeah, that's the 4x4 one. Dude, what about that? The 4
Just the 90s cars, the boxes do nothing for me. They like, I'm sorry.
But the K truck is good?
Yeah, because it's round. I like round. Yeah, those are cute. I love those. I want one of those. It's adorable.
Pit stop?
Pete stop?
Pit stop?
Pete stop?
Pit stop? Pit stop? Okay. What about a smart car? You like smart cars?
They're cute, but like, I would never own one.
Oh, thank God. Would Remo want an OG Mini? Yeah. 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 You like OG Minis, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, God. No, please get off the screen. Not fingering the keyboard.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? That's good?
Yeah.
All right. Right on.
Look at this boy.
You got bored of the sun, huh? Got bored of the sun, buddy? Outdoor? I'm a bubble. Boop. Boop. Oh, hey, no piranha puppy. Don't do that. Wait, K trucks are illegal where you are? That's wild. I see like 5 of them near me. Yeah. Yeah. Our streets are very tiny and based off of cow paths and often innavigable for a big car. But we can't have K trucks because they're unsafe.
I think you could Google it. Google like Massachusetts K trucks.
Because you could get hit by a big car. That's the rationale. I'm not kidding. Here, we could look. Here.
No, like literally Google that. Now I'm wondering.
Oh, thank God. When is this article? Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, nobody can go faster than 35 miles an hour. What's the big deal? That's exactly what I'm saying, man. What is a K truck? A K truck is that. K trucks are like, they're extremely small, compact utility vehicles that are really popular in Japan because of the lack of space. And because of their small size, they're kind of regulated not as a car, not as a motorcycle. The closest thing that we would have over here is like a golf cart or a side-by-side. We don't have an equivalent of that over here. K trucks are cool, man. It's a tiny pickup truck. It's an 8-ton pickup truck. Like there's quarter tons, which is like the Ford Ranger. There's half ton like an F-150. There's 3/4 tons like an F-250, and there's 1 tons like an F-350. This is an 8-ton truck. It's tiny, but it's super cool.
Those would be good for the North End, actually.
Yes, they're perfect. How much? How much is this? Somebody linked it. Ooh, we can get one for pretty short money. And it's 4-wheel drive. It's excellent in the snow.
No.
What do you mean, no?
No more trucks until I get my bug.
Your bug is not good in the snow.
I don't care. No more cars until I get my bug.
All right, that's not the worst. That's not the worst problem to have. An F-350 is a 1-ton RB. Hi, Taito. Oh, you got your rope? You got your rope? Get up. Get up here. Come on, up. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy with the rope. Look at this good boy with this good rope. Look at the good boy with the good rope.
OG bug, Tesla.
Yeah, no, not a new one. That deserves to be driven off of a cliff.
How's your rope? It's almost not a rope no more.
If you get it, you get it. I'm not saying what that's from. Guys. Isn't a motorcycle smaller than a K truck? Yeah. Lols. Well,
But we know how to regulate motorcycles.
do we though?
Fair enough.
Ooh, update from Jack on that truck. Jack sent me this picture.
Ah.
Apparently, this truck has gone through several owners as they pass through Starbase, and some of them have been friends of friends, which is how I heard this story. Old Park Services Ranger truck.
That's cool.
Oh, I want it. I want it.
That's cool.
I want it. I want it.
Taito.
I'm
That's
just
a
gonna
friend.
reply to Jack. I want it. Cannot afford great success, but I do.
Is Brimo getting smaller? No, I'm just backing up. That's how perspective works.
Jack says that could be arranged. Yeah. No. No. Damn it. Oh, you gotta ruin my hopes and dreams.
This isn't really a rope no more, buddy. Chat, look at this.
Jack is very confused. Jack's really confused right now.
Look at this. Look at this dog.
Am I on the NSF Discord? Of course I am, Brandon.
I don't know if you should still have this rope, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. New plan. We go to Das and tell him we need a second NSF truck at Starbase. Huh? Huh? Yeah? Maybe he'll go for it. Das will probably be like, I don't want that.
It's too nice for them to ruin. It's the truth.
It's what do you mean ruin? It's a beat up truck. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Trade Bluefus? Bluefus is not my truck. Or drive Bluefus down there and go get it. Ernock! Hey! You want a K10? You want a
done?
You want a K20? Or no, that's a C20. You want a C20? Ernock! No.
What are you doing? Why are you killing the rope? If you kill it, we can't play with it.
So we were talking about space news. Wife said no. Dang! This is my life. This is what I do off stream. You really want to know? Wife said no. Now it's tomorrow. What is that for Rocket Lab? Mission update. Our launch attempt is scheduled for tomorrow from Pad A at Launch Complex 1, 7 p.m. All right, let's do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Oh.
Sorry, did I interrupt your important news show with my dog?
I mean, a little. No, it's fine. Zonku, what's your last? Looks like EJ
Are
is
you gonna eat string? Sorry.
EJ's buying a bug. Zonku, what?
I don't think you should eat string, sir.
Was that your last? Yeah, okay.
Taito,
We're
I
just
think
gonna
it
have to
might
come
be
to
time to
California.
retire that rope. I think it might be time.
Wives are like the FAA.
Give me that rope! Give me that rope!
Your words, man, not mine.
Give me that rope!
Your words, dude, not mine.
Give me the rope!
My dog is just eating inanimate objects again. I mean, it's all inanimate, but you get what I'm trying to say. Oh, yeah, just okay. Oh, you popped out over there now.
Titan, drop it!
Okay.
Drop it!
This is fine.
Drop it! Oh,
Workers or we strike. Okay.
can't eat that. I don't want him to eat it. Titan. Can I have it, please? Do you have any treats? Yes, you do. Give me some treats.
I really need the dog to get off of my second keyboard because, yep, no, okay. Yep. Okay. Titan is trying to use the keyboard, and that's not good for anyone. This is great. This is great.
Titan. There you go. Good boy. We're retiring the rope. Stay here. Get back. Get back.
Why are you no? Looks like EJ's having a rough time. She left a dog in here. Would you ever want to build something for off-road adventures? I am going to eventually when I get around to it. The 97 is going to get four-wheel drive.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
81 months, my vans. Yeah, dude.
I had to get the toy. I had to retire the toy without him.
Okay, this was a space news segment, but can you? It's empty.
Taito, you want some crumbs?
It's just my water bottle. Whatever.
You know he's doing it on purpose, so. What?
Nothing. Boy.
Projects back, embrace, dog.
Dog.
Want some crumbs, buddy?
That's crazy, Hellfish. Yeah. Okay. It's the Wife and Titan show now. Mon Dieu.
Dude, it's 9 o'clock. You were not, like, deep into space news.
Is that so?
I know.
Were you not watching the stream?
You start space news at 5. Okay, no, I was not watching the stream.
Were you watching another streamer?
No.
Yeah?
Actually.
Were you?
I was watching One Piece, if you have to know.
What's that?
The live action One Piece on Netflix.
I don't want to know. Anyway, that's all right. That's fine. Hey, your hair looks nice today. You look super cute. What do you mean, no? It looks beautiful.
The live action's pretty good, Chad.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I wasn't. We discussed a long time ago that you don't care if I don't watch the stream because it would be weird if I just sat there all day and watched you, which I agree.
Yeah, that would be a little strange.
Yeah.
That would be a little sussy baka.
Yeah, don't say that again.
She's going red in the face.
Uh.
See? Yes, we were very deep. about the FAA.
You were deep about the FAA 4 hours ago.
No, we were not.
When I got back from dinner, you were into the FAA. Not dinner, the grocery store. Anyway.
It takes a long time to deal with the FAA. That's right. I got chat on my side now. Hi, Titan. Not a problem. Oh, brother. It's a good boy. It's a Tata boy. Elon tweeted an hour ago. Yeah, see? Elon, your favorite. Are you guys familiar with death stares? Very? Yeah.
You know,
I love you.
I love you too. You know, when Prime's wife calls him on stream, you know what he does? He answers right away and he says, "Hello, beautiful wife. How can I help you?"
So you do watch other streamers?
Yeah. You knew this.
I knew it.
Just once it would be nice to be like, "Hello, beautiful wife. How can I help you?" No, you have to answer my phone call. You don't call me. You don't call me. Now this is weird. What?
No, hello, beautiful husband. How can I help you? All right, let's see how it is. Double standards. Double standards. You think you're a fighter, but your whole worldview collapses at the sight of a spider. See? 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 Who's the real winner here?
Do it again. I didn't know that's what you wanted.
See? Now I'm going to say that. Call me again. I didn't know that's what you wanted. Love you too. There's still more space, but I want to play workers, dudes.
Oh. I thought you were gonna say I want to hang out with my beautiful wife.
No, why would I want to do that?
Taito, we know when we're not wanted anymore. Daddy hates us, and I guess we're just gonna leave now.
I love you. I got mouthed.
Because I was trying to make chat think I was angry, but I still wanted you to know I loved you.
No, I'm not going to allow them to do that, because if they think you're angry, that's bad for me. It's bad for business.
No, it's funny.
It's not funny.
It's hilarious to me.
Will you please shut the door? Camilla,
shut the door.
Camilla, shut the door. Love you. She's awesome, man. Love that woman. No joke. I'm just guaranteeing garage time. Yep. Yep. Hope the couch in the garage is comfortable. Oh, it's very comfortable. FAA double standard. Learning about rockets and relationships. Yeah, this is your one-stop shop for that. Marry that woman away. You already did. Nope. I already locked that down. I mean, okay. All right. In all seriousness. We know she doesn't watch the stream, so it's good. Did you hear if you like automobiles or you have a hobby that, you know, is usually something your spouse does not approve of, right? Like stamps or Legos or whatever. See what she said? You can't buy any more cars until it's a Volkswagen for me. Now, I will tell you, that is not the worst problem to have. Because of that first part of that statement. Can't buy any more cars until you buy a Beetle. So all we have to do is buy a Beetle, and we can buy whatever we want. See, that's not a bad problem to have. She never said it had to be a full-size Beetle. Does it have to be running? All my cars run. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, that's right, XJ. That's how it works. That's what, hey, I got it on video. Got it on video. We got that on tape. I got you. I got you on camera. Anyway, so when are you going back to California? When the date, when in the year on a day that ends in Y? What year? I've convinced Brimo that she needs a 1974 Volkswagen Super Beetle with the bigger motor in it. Just get her a new VW van. Pretty sure she doesn't want that. What makes the car a Beetle? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, new plan. New plan. We get a car and we get the badges that say Volkswagen Beetle on them. And then we put the Volkswagen Beetle badge on the side and be like, oh God, she's here. Workers' time. Face the wall, please. Rise for the Bakalaka Dakistani anthem. It's streaming live today.
It's streaming live today. Building dreams its own way. Bakalaka Dakistan's the plan. He's creating a new land. Clicks and streams, they tune in fast. Communist republics from the past. He will rise to lead the way. Like a Dakistan every day. Greatest